very much. A warm welcome to this meeting of Falkirk Council held on Thursday the 11th of March, and in accordance with section 43 of the Local Government in Scotland Act 2003, the Provost has directed that this meeting will be conducted such as a manner to allow remote elected members. In accordance with section 50 of the Local Government Scotland Act 1973, the public are excluded from this meeting, and it is likely that if members of the public were present, there would be a real and substantial risk to public health due to infection or contamination with coronavirus. This meeting will be live streamed via the Council's website. Now pass you on to Mr. Moody to take the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. Provost Buchanan.
Present.
Deputy Provost Ritchie.
Present.
Councillor Aitchison. Councillor Alexander.
Present.
Councillor Balfour.
Present.
Councillor Binney.
Present.
Councillor Bissett.
Present.
Councillor Black.
Present.
Councillor Blackwood.
Present.
Councillor Bowes.
Present.
Councillor Coleman.
Present.
Councillor Colley.
Present.
Councillor Coombs.
Sorry, here.
Thank you. Councillor Flynn.
Present.
Councillor Garner.
Present.
Councillor Goldie. Councillor Goldie hasn't joined us yet. Councillor Grant.
Present.
Councillor Harris.
Present.
Councillor Hughes.
Present.
Councillor Kerr.
Present.
Councillor McHugh.
Present.
I see Councillor Goldie has joined us now. Councillor McCluckie.
Here.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
Present.
Councillor Monroe.
Present.
Councillor Murtagh.
Sure.
Councillor Nicholl.
Present.
Councillor Nimmo.
Present.
Councillor Patrick.
Present.
Councillor Reid.
Present.
And Councillor Spears.
Present.
Thank you.
This coming Saturday, the 13th of March, is the 25th anniversary of the horrific shootings at Dunblane Primary School, where teacher Gwen Mayer and 16 of our loving pupils were killed. As a mark of respect and remembrance, we will now have a 1-minute silence. Thank you. Be here. Hi. Okay, thank you for that very much. Now go to declaration of interest. Just for clarity, I will read this out. Members should declare any financial interest and non-financial interest they have in any item of business at the meeting, identifying the relevant agenda item and the nature of the interest. Have we any declarations of interest at this time? None. Okay, thank you very much. That takes us on to item 3, which is the Revenue Budget 2021-22 and Medium Term Financial Plan. It's pages 3 to 212 on your agenda, and the report is by Mr. Smale. Thank you. Brian?
Good morning, Province. Can you hear me?
Pardon? I can hear you.
Thank you. I'm having slight technical issues here, so I just wanted to make sure you can hear me. Right. So, good morning, Province.
I can't make Mr. Smale out at all.
Yeah, right. Mr. Smale's breaking up, so if you just give us a couple of minutes, we'll try and get this sorted out.
Hi.
Brian, I see you're logged in. Can you hear us?
I can hear you now.
Ah,
Can you hear me?
yes.
Right.
Much better.
Are we good to progress then?
That's us.
Okay then, thanks everybody for that. Mr. Smale is going to present the report. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Provost. And again, apologies. I'm on an unfortunate run here with my technical connections, so I can only but apologise. But hopefully we're good to go now. Provost, if you would indulge me first with the opportunity to say a few short words to acknowledge the work that has gone into preparing this budget. Firstly, by my team in finance, and in particular my co-pilots, Danny Kearney and Margaret Smith. I think it's also appropriate to acknowledge my boss, Stuart Ritchie, and Rebecca MacDonald in the PMO, and indeed colleagues across the council services and also the trust and the IJB, and also provost to members, for I know how much work and late nights you've put into preparing for this day. Provost, I propose to glide through the report, touching on sections to highlight salient points. So to start, I think we must acknowledge the unique circumstances driven both by COVID and the late availability of key information, which indeed led to the separation uniquely of the earlier determination of the council tax level. In terms of the matter of uncertainty, we can now at least note several things. Firstly, the consequentials flowing from the Chancellor's March budget are most likely to result in extra funding for local government. So that's one uncertainty resolved. There's also now at Holyrood on the Scottish Government budget, and whilst there is extra funding set for local government, this is for specific purposes and will attract matching expenditure. So in consequence, won't help with closing the budget gap. That agreement does, however, and indeed as anticipated, result in the baselining of the council tax grant. And that was a matter I know was of concern to members. There is still uncertainty, notably on the for fiscal flexibilities, and also how much COVID-related grant will be released by the Scottish Government in the final weeks of this financial year. So moving on to the report sections in themselves. Section 4.1 of the report properly, I think, reflects the important context of COVID to this budget before section 4.2 picks up on one of the fundamental elements, the local government settlement. So the grant position is summarised in the table at 423, and whilst there's a small cash increase in grant, it will not be enough to cover the expected pay awards. There are additional specific grants, most notably for early years expansion. In section 4.3, the budget gap, essentially this is the heart of the report, and it sets out how the budget can be balanced. The table at the top of page 14 summarises the position with the narrative surrounding it and following it, expanding on the items in the table. I would also draw your attention to para 4.3.10 and the particular uncertainty, which I alluded to earlier, remaining on one of the fiscal flexibilities, and that paragraph sets out how that may best be managed. The next section on reserves sets out the factors that should be considered and assessed in drawing down reserves. It will be evident from the gap statement a contribution of 1.5 million has been applied to help balance the budget, and this is viewed as reasonable and appropriate in the circumstances. It should be noted, however, that this will take us down closer to the reserve strategy floor of 7.5 million. In section 4.5, we touch on public engagement, and that reflects the current thrust of community engagement. And there's a strong link with the section 4.9 later in the report on community choices budgeting. 4.6 on EPIAs. Worth noting that the preparation of EPIAs are an integral and necessary part of the budget process and are designed to inform the decisions you're going to take, and where possible they introduce impact mitigation. Service budgets are summarised in section 4.7, and there's a lot of attendant detail sitting behind that in the appendices from 3 all the way through to 8. The savings are reshuffled from a service format to the Council of Future Theme format in the table at paragraph 481. Jumping on to the trust in section 410, members will be familiar with the trust position following reports to council in both December and January. The agreed action to narrow their projected deficit is set out at para 410.1. It's also perhaps worth noting that at the budget meeting a year from now, it will be the council which will be taking direct decisions on the services currently provided by the trust. With respect to the IJB, there's a similarity with the trust in terms of the IJB having to navigate its budget through both its own board and the council, but in its case it also has to deal with the health board as well. As we note at para 411.3, there is grant funding for the IJB, which is routed through the council, so we essentially act as something of a postbox there. And the IJB's savings proposals are set out in the bullets at para 411.4. In terms of external organisations, we know that para 412.2, the continuation of the existing funding levels from the current year into 21-22, resulting in support in the order of 2.5 million being provided to those external organisations. There is, however, a cautionary note injected in the subsequent para with respect to anticipated future funding pressures. Casting our eyes forward beyond 1 year, section 414 picks up on the medium-term financial plan. And it's, I think, worth highlighting in the opening paragraph in the section with respect to forward planning that has, I think, particular significance given the looming best value review, where a major focus for the auditors will be on the financial sustainability of the council over the medium term. The shape of the future challenge, financial challenge facing the council, is set out in the bar chart at para 414.5. And I have to say, what is certain is that the estimated gaps reflected there will continue to change to reflect developments, and indeed some coming out of later agenda items in this budget today illustrate that very point. So these are robust illustrations, but they will change as we go through the financial year. And of course, COVID will continue to remain a significant dynamic in the mix. If section 414 that we've just touched on sets out the challenge, section 415 maps out how it may be met in terms of the business plan, and certainly progressing the Council's future transformation agenda is absolutely central to this. We note in that section the intention going forward into the new financial year that savings options flowing from the suite of Council of the Future projects will be brought before members during the course of the year, rather than everything being stacked up and dealt with in the annual budget exercise. And I think that would be a positive development. And I think to round off that section, just to note that a refreshed business plan is being worked on and will be presented to members in May. The last main section
We appear to have lost Mr. Snail.
Yes, apologies for this technical hitch. We'll try and get him back as soon as possible. There he's there. Brian? No, he's speaking away there.
He's logged in twice. Would it help if one of them came out?
Yeah.
Maybe it's better just staying on his phone, like without doing it without the video,
Yeah.
because
He's still talking.
Yeah. Are we going to phone him up?
Can maybe get in touch before he goes too far and forgets where he kind of left off.
I've got to admit, the speech is getting better.
There was a message being sent to him, so you just bear with us. Apologies for this, but this is the technical world we're living in. Thank you.
I'm pretty good at lip reading. Will I just carry on for him?
I could have a go at resurrecting my signing. They're not the usual signing that's directed at Councillor Bowes, has to be said.
Provost, would it not be appropriate to call an adjournment?
Okay, we're trying desperately to get a hold of him, so we'll have a 5-minute comfort break then. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right, the video camera's off. Right.
Brian, if you could unmute, please, and just test whether we can hear you.
I heard you, Colin. Can you now hear me?
Yes, we can, Brian.
Brian, if you just give us a couple of minutes, because we held a 5-minute break there, so members are still coming back to their positions. Thank you.
When we start again, Provost, if you can advise me at what point I was frozen out again, I'll try and pick up from there.
Provost, Provost.
Yep.
I reckon we lost Brian round about 4.15.
That's correct.
I think his last words were, and lastly.
Last words being an appropriate reference. Provost, do you want me to try and pick up from 4:15, or are you still waiting for members to rejoin?
I think there's still a few members to come back, Brian, so we'll give you the okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Provost.
So that's for me. Brian, can you hear me okay? That'll be 4:15.
I can't, Provost.
4:15 you'll be starting again.
Okay, will I progress now, Provost?
Just give us a minute just to double check everybody's back. Thank you.
Okay.
Are you there?
Can we just
Okay,
make
everybody,
sure
thank you for
mutes
that.
before Brian starts?
Pardon?
So, sorry, Provost, still getting a bit of feedback and echo, just to make sure that everybody mutes before
Mutes.
Brian starts.
Yeah, will do. Okay, Brian, carry on. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. And indeed, it is something of a carry-on, isn't it? I think you lost me at 4:15 on the business plan, so I'll pick up from that point. So what I was saying was, having dealt with the challenge in section 414 with the medium-term financial plan projected gaps, section 415 maps out the manner in which that challenge can be met. And certainly progressing the Council, the Future Transformation Agenda is absolutely central to that. It is intended that in future, savings flowing from the suite of Council of the Future projects will be brought before members during the course of the year as they emerge, rather than being all stacked up in the annual budget exercise. And maybe just to round that section off, a refreshed business plan will be presented to members in May. The final section of the report deals with workforce, and you'll see that part is broken into subsections. The opening part recognising the evident changes in working practice driven by COVID and on occasions, as we've just seen, the challenges driven by those changes. Attention in particular is drawn to the pay structure options on page 33, with option 2 recommended for the reasons set out at para 416.3, and an appropriate funding for that is built into the budget. There are also attendant revisions to terms and conditions set out, and the way forward in terms of engagement with trade unions is set out in the final paras of the section. Turning to the conclusions, Provost, there's maybe several that I would just like to draw out. One is 7.3, and just picking up on the somewhat fluid situation with the flow, continuing flow of Scottish Government COVID-related grants coming into the Council in the final weeks of the financial year, which will inevitably be carried forward into the next financial year. Para 7.5, just emphasising the medium term and the need to think strategically and the importance of the Council of the Future transformation agenda to managing the situation going forward. And 7.6, ending, I think, perhaps on a positive note, budgets tend to have a perhaps inevitable focus on where savings and reductions in service might be made. And it's helpful, I think, maybe just to stand back and recognise that there's investment, there's spend in the order of £500 million going out on a wide range of valued and valuable services, Provost. The recommendations, there are inevitably a number of those. Happily, I won't go through them, but again, as I did with the conclusions, there's maybe a few that are worth particularly drawing out. The first one is with respect to 3 and the manner in which the fiscal flexibility uncertainty will be managed. 7 is just picking up on that latter section in terms of the offer for the amended pay structure. And finally, again, picking up on one of the tail end sections in the report, just to note the business plan will be an updated business plan will be presented to members in May. Clearly, myself and my colleagues are here to endeavour to address any questions that members may have. And again, my apologies for the interruptions in the delivery of the budget, but hopefully we got there in the end. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smale. Now you go straight to Councillor Meiklejohn. Councillor Meiklejohn.
Thank you, Provost, and I hope I don't have similar technological difficulties this morning, but I am trying to make use of the technology as best I can. I do have backup should things fail. First of all, I just want to give thanks to Mr. Smale and his finance colleagues for their work in pulling together this year's budget, and indeed the wider council officers, as it's been a huge collaborative effort this year in particular. I'd also like to thank the senior management team as a whole for their time, patience and understanding in supporting the administration in the budget preparation process this year, which I'm sure we have found challenging on both sides, particularly this year. As has been said on so many occasions already, this year has been unprecedented and quite unique. It was only a few weeks after we set our last year's budget that the country was plunged into lockdown first time, and the impact of which started to put our economy into a spiral of decline and had a devastating human impact, which a year on we are still in the midst of, and the impacts of which will be with us for some significant time. Such a significant event has triggered within the fiscal framework Scotland's specific economic shock, which enables the Scottish Government to have greater fiscal flexibilities over the next 3 years in order to provide that much needed support during the response and recovery phase, the latter of which is likely to take us until 2024 to get back to pre-COVID levels. This allows us to demonstrate that Scotland's needs are different to the rest of the UK, and having that autonomy and flexibility to respond will be critical to enabling our recovery. Scottish Government has led our national response, pushing funding coming through from the UK consequentials, as well as utilising the enhanced powers to provide the public sector with the financial support to deliver the response on the ground. This has resulted in significant levels of additional funding flowing through into local government and to our NHS. Even at this late stage in the last couple of weeks, we've seen further funds allocated as UK and Scottish Government budgets are set. This has left a very fluid and rapidly changing financial climate for local authorities to plan their budgets, which has been challenging, hence the protracted budget setting process Council have had to go through this year. Recognising just how challenging it's been and will continue to be for our communities, the administration have sought to minimise the impact of this year's budget. Therefore, we've kept service reductions to an absolute minimum, with as little impact hopefully being seen by our citizens. I have particularly over the last few weeks attempted to engage with our other party colleagues in the hope of being able to present to Council a consensus budget. Some are more willing than others to work towards that, recognising that at this time there's a need for strong collective leadership within the Council, and that there is a need to set aside politicking right now, as we have a huge task before us in the recovery of our council area. We need to be supporting all our communities, whether that be geographically within our council wards or as a whole council, our business community, and our business community. People who are anxious about the future, people are anxious about employment, their health, their family. They don't want to hear about politicians bickering in the chamber, but want us to get on with the job of rebuilding, give hope for the future, and have confidence in the council to be able to look to a more positive future. Unfortunately, I do expect to hear yet again from some about the lack of funding and the need for more money. Let's face it, no matter how much we would get, we could always say we could do more. But I have no doubt it will be the SNP and the Scottish Government's fault, and therefore by implication the administration's fault. As I said last week, it's not about the share of the cake, but the size of the cake. There are only so many ways you can cut it. If you want to shout about there not being enough for local government, at least be constructive and say where you're going to take the funding from, or what you would see Scottish Government stop doing. We therefore have to make the best use of what we have locally and make sure that we do the best for the people of Falkirk. And that's why it's important to focus right now on the use of the £500 million that we have at our disposal. While we are setting this year's budget, it's important to have an eye to the future and to look at a medium-term financial plan. We have, despite the delays as a result of COVID and transformation plans, the Council of the Future projects have contributed to the savings and have accelerated our move to more agile and flexible working, including towards more use of digital technology. There is a continuing need to invest in Council of the Future projects in order to enable service improvements that will allow efficiencies to flow to support our longer term financial planning and have less reliance on salami slicing cuts. Therefore, we are seeking to invest £1 million to support that work. Recognising that governments, both UK and Scottish Government budgets are also pressured, a case has been made to give local government fiscal flexibilities, most of which have been made available but caveated as a last resort and must be COVID related. Well, we did have additional COVID grant, and that has been extremely helpful. This has made it more difficult to use the fiscal flexibilities to any great extent. But what we will do is seek to use whatever flexibility we can in order to mitigate the impacts that are ongoing as a result of the COVID. In any normal year, we would look to harness prudent use of reserves, being mindful they can only be used once and shouldn't be used to support transformation or one-off costs rather than the mitigation of service savings, which have a recovering cost. However, the exceptional nature of this year in dealing with COVID a national emergency, which reserves are designed to be there to help, we have taken a higher level than we would normally consider prudent to help bridge the gap in seeking to minimise the impact on our communities with the savings that have been proposed, while still keeping in mind there may be other pressures on our reserves going forward. As part of our recovery plan, we refreshed our corporate plan and our priorities, and our spending priorities have been aligned around them, around community, enterprise and innovation. Enabling our communities is a key strand of Council of the Future transformation programme, and we needed our community's resilience more than ever to help us to get through the toughest of times in this pandemic, and they came out willingly. Their response was unprecedented, and at this time we've been living in a huge debt of gratitude has to be given to them. We have learned so much from the engagement with our communities about what's important to them, and that is crystallised as part of our community conversations during the refresh of our corporate plan. This has enabled us to reset our relationship with them, listen to what's important and being responsive to their needs, enabling them to have a greater share in the decision making and directing how the council spends its money. A critical first step has been the launch of our Community Choices £3 million place-based capital fund and small grants. This chimes with the national priority from government on placemaking. Economic development and a recovery action plan is a key area. An additional phased investment, which was agreed in the autumn last year, is going to be critical to help support our town centres, the details of which are in 4.1.9. I would just take the opportunity to acknowledge the superb work of our Business Gateway and Revenues team in pushing out over £40 million worth of grant support in record time to help hard-pressed businesses keep them afloat. And on top of that, doing the day job and working remotely. I thank them for the efforts and know that many elected members across the chamber have commented on the fantastic work they've done. There is, however, still a hill to climb, but also opportunities. Having broken down barriers and bureaucracy, not just in one particular area of the council, but across as a whole and beyond, in working with partners, we cannot go back. This gives us a real opportunity to work as one council, and something that our citizens cited when consulting when we refreshed our corporate plan. Our workforce is our greatest asset. They have demonstrated that tenfold over the last year, with many going above and beyond in their efforts in responding to the pandemic. Whether that be those closest to our communities delivering direct services, or those who adapted very quickly and have been working from home, keeping the wheels turning, as well as those who volunteer to support our critical service through what's been a very challenging time. I would like to give a heartfelt thanks to you all for all you have done over the last year. We have again been able to produce a budget, maintaining our stance of no compulsory redundancies, minimising the workforce reduction and delivering it through voluntary service. While some areas of workforce has reduced, other areas such as early years has expanded. As a result, the net reduction over the last 10 years has been kept to a minimum at 130 full-time equivalents. Public sector pay has been cited within the Scottish budget and is still subject to negotiations at a national level. Until the outcome of that has been determined, we will not know what funding is required. But however, we need to think of how that will be managed during our use of reserves. A positive step forward, local authorities were tasked with working towards consolidation of the living wage, which was an unintended consequence of the introduction of the living wage, but was essential in order to prevent a further gap emerging as pay scales became squeezed. This has taken some time, but it has been a good piece of work carried out with our trade union partners to get to a consolidated position which benefits those at the bottom end of the scale, in particular women. I'm therefore pleased to support the outcome of that process and the recommendation of taking forward option 2. Modernising our workforce goes hand in hand with the Council's transformation agenda, and it's only right that we review our terms and conditions to ensure they are fit for purpose and in line with new modern ways of working, and to meet the aspirations of the Council as an organisation for the future. The discussions with the trade unions partners has resulted in a suite of proposals that can be put to the workforce by way of ballot, and look forward to the outcome of that in due course. I thank our trade union colleagues and our management team for working in this collaborative manner. Our integrated joint board and our health and social care partnership have been at the front and centre along with our NHS colleagues over the last year, and they're still very much in the thick of the pandemic. Under the stewardship of Patricia Cassidy as the Chief Officer and her senior management team, ably supported by the Chair and the Vice Chair, along with other members of that IJB, have chartered our way through very difficult waters over the last year and have done so magnificently. I would also like to take the opportunity to acknowledge the dedication of all our staff, including at senior management level within the Health and Social Care Partnership, for their work, and particularly those in the front line in delivering direct care to our most vulnerable citizens. Many going above and beyond things and very dedicated when things have been tough. We just get our sleeves rolled up and get on with the job that needs to get done, and I commend them. Thankfully, that was made a little bit easier with the support of government, and there's been significant financial support from Scottish Government and some direct as a result of the Barnett consequentials to support the mobilisation plans to deliver the response. This has been very welcome, and our colleagues there are still in that response phase and will be for some time until the vaccination has been rolled out. Work around the pandemic has, however, dictated that some areas around transformation and where the IJB had intentions of developing new models of working have been delayed, but that has enabled other areas to have been progressed, having broken down the barriers and removed the bureaucracy. They've been able to be accelerated. Therefore, work will pick up over the coming year as pressures ease in the service, and will enable that progress to be made as per the business plan. An update of which will be presented to members at a future board meeting, and with the board being comfortable in the direction of travel, and the allocation from this council this year is a substantial payment of 77.296 million, and will be supplemented by the contribution from health. I will leave my councillor colleague to say a bit more in relation to the work of the IJB over the last year. Falkirk Community Trust has been significantly hit as a result of COVID, having lost our tourist season, and our sports and leisure facilities being closed for much of the last year has hugely impacted on the income that the trust would have brought in. And while we are hopeful that things will open up over the next few months, it will take significant time to recover. There has been an opportunity to mitigate some of the impact through furlough and the loss of income scheme, and an agreement by the council to cover this year's deficit with a pledge to give similar assistance for the coming year, and in order to give the trust time to recover, and indeed for plans to be made for bringing the trust back in to the council. I must, however, pay tribute to the staff and the role that many have played in the Community Trust in supporting other parts of the council services and our health and social care partnership, as well as helping roll out the vaccine programme. They have played a vital role and deserve the recognition for that. This year being an exceptional year has meant that the business planning savings targets were just not possible to be met. Therefore, I would agree to the funding for the trust of 13.75 million. This has included continued funding for Grangemouth Golf Course. The club are still working towards taking over the lease. However, this has been impacted unavoidably by the COVID, and as a result has been delayed. They had a target transfer date of 1st of April, and this is highly unlikely able to be met. Therefore, a further year's funding, which may not be required in full, will give a bit of additional time to conclude the work that is required. As I said, it's been an exceptional year, and we have kept our savings proposals to a minimum. It is, however, recognised that there is a need for direct investment across the council to help deal and mitigate the impact of COVID-19. Aligning with the council's corporate priorities, a recovery action plan and what our communities have told us is important to them, we will look to additional funding in the following areas. Climate change is a key priority for the council and our communities. We've already have a significant commitment to investment in a variety of programmes that total in excess of 117 million. However, to meet our targets and to have the level of influence required to galvanise greater buy-in by our communities, we need to do more, and therefore proposing an investment of 100,000 on development of 20-minute neighbourhoods and to develop the policy and some pilot projects, including pilot areas or 20 mile-an-hour zones. This will include a resource to do work by employing graduates to support climate change and carbon offsetting and environmental projects, bringing fresh ideas into the authority. Fly tipping, as we know, has been highlighted as an ongoing concern and one that has been continually cited by our communities. Therefore, a revenue fund of £50,000 for the disposal and clearance of fly tipping material and to implement measures to prevent recurrence of fly tipping on ground not owned by the council. Employability is a key priority for us within our recovery action plan, and we would seek to invest a further £120,000 into that area. Many experience are facing the prospect of not being in employment. There is a need to maximise the use of the national employability schemes and to seek to augment wherever there may be gaps. Most jobs now require a level of IT skills, and most applications are made online. With the Young Persons Guarantee Scheme supporting 16 to 24-year-olds, there is a gap for 25+ cohort. And this investment would allow us to support 80 of our 25+ cohort to gain the devices and connection required to improve their chances of gaining employment. Falkirk has a good track record of employing graduates, giving young people starting out on a career the opportunity to gain experience. There are also significant benefits to the organisation, as well as new fresh ideas and a modern approach, one which we wish to continue to invest in and focus on. A project relating to local employability and procurement opportunities to deliver increased spend would be an ideal opportunity. Poverty and inequalities. Our communities have been magnificent throughout the last year in supporting the most vulnerable residents within their communities. They were able to hit the ground running when we first went into lockdown and able to fill the gap in the period before the national food support kicked in. That support has been ongoing and still continues, demonstrating just how resilient they are. That said, with the impact of COVID-19, the economic impact is likely to be with us for some considerable time. With recovery not expected to back to pre-COVID until 2024, there's a need to consider longer-term funding to support our communities to develop sustainable solutions to address food insecurity. Therefore, a package which will include tackling digital inclusion, dedicating a post to digital communities, tackling food insecurity, including support for community pantries, community growing and expanded support in school holidays, and extending the capacity of multi-skilled advisors in the hubs to allow them to assist the most vulnerable. A small but critical package of £12,000 for our care leavers to help improve their quality of life. Support to reduce the impact of poverty for Falkirk's care leavers by heat or eat, solving the dilemma, staying warm and cosy. Most care leavers are on fixed incomes and have no means to address additional costs. Significant concerns have been raised that care leavers are struggling to access food and fuel. Engagement with frontline staff provides anecdotal evidence that during colder months, many care leavers exhaust statutory food banks for support. With COVID-19 restrictions, young people are spending more time at home, heating and lighting on. Staying warm and costs money. Most care leavers live on the fixed incomes, have no means to address the additional costs. A large proportion of young people presently claim universal credit benefits, which are set at £77.09 per week. Low income during the winter mean it's difficult choices about whether to eat or heat. Proposal that care leavers in receipt of universal credit are provided with a fuel allowance for prepaid fuel meters of £20 per week for 10 weeks. Finally, funding for 2 additional environment enforcement officers. There has been a considerable pressure put on all those that have been involved in the enforcement of COVID-19 restrictions, with our environment enforcement team having to supplement and support our trading standards officers' environmental service teams. There is likely to be continued need for additional support for some time to deal with COVID-related issues, coupled with other areas of investment around litter strategy, fly tipping and mobile CCTV and other potentially new areas of work is where they could be enhancing the service and supporting other parts of the council service. That brings a total package of investment of £507,000. As I've said at the start, I hope that this would have been an opportunity for the council to come together to enable groups to share where they might have had a difference in their proposals before today's meeting and see if we could reach agreement. That's not been possible. I would, however, give a strong message to the public that we could work collectively and still can. I therefore would ask all parties to consider supporting the budget put forward today. At a time of national emergency, with our council areas recovery at stake, the public expects unity and strong, clear leadership, and that's what this chamber collectively needs to do right now, in putting the best interests of people of Falkirk first. Mr Pirrie has a copy of our full motion, which I understand he's able to email or circulate to all members, and I would therefore move the motion as circulated. And thank you, Provost.
Well, thank you for your input. As you say, Mr Pirrie will email it to all members. Have you got a seconder at this time?
Yes, me, Provost, Councillor Gardner.
Okay, thank you. You have
Thank
an
you,
opportunity to come back in. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. I'd like to thank the council leader and the SNP-led administration for all the amount of work they have put in. I'd also like to thank the officers for their assistance in putting this, what we believe to be a very prudent budget together under the current circumstances. I'd like to formally second reserving the right to reply. Thanks, Provost.
Okay, thank you very much for that. While the email has now been sent, I'll bring in Councillor Bissett to find out if he's got an amendment to the motion. Thank you. Councillor Bissett.
Thanks, Provost. Yes, I do have an amendment.
You want to speak at the moment?
Yes, yes, I'd like to, Provost.
Right, carry on.
As a preamble to what I'm going to say, I'd just like to pick up on a few things the leader said. I'm just beginning to, our budgets are quite similar. I'm just beginning to wonder if my presence at the group leaders meetings is having a positive socialist effect on Councillor Meikle-John and developing a budget that has very little cuts. I would also say over the past year, we have worked hard to be consensual and there's been no politicking. We have worked hard on economic recovery, we've worked hard with IGB, and we've worked hard with everybody to try and deliver the grants and support local businesses and do everything we possibly can. Budget time is a slightly different time when we're trying to get the budget we can for the people we serve. And yes, there will be differences, but there are similarities as well. So it's up to us to put forward a positive budget, and if it gets support, it gets support. I did offer, since the budgets were similar, that I would move the budget and Councillor Meikle-John or Councillor Kerr could have seconded it, but that was refused. Anyway, Provost, I'll just go into what I'm going to say. Provost, we are living in very difficult times and people are really struggling to cope with the impact of coronavirus. Many families have lost loved ones and many are still suffering from the longer term effects of the virus. Provost, we are, however, beginning to see the green shoots of recovery, and light is at the end of the tunnel, and a new day is dawning where people will come out of this and perhaps have a different perspective on life. Provost, the list of people to thank is endless. It ranges from nursing staff, doctors, council staff, the British Army, community groups, and perhaps most importantly, the public. And I would say a special thanks to the mums and dads and kids who have been very adaptable during this crisis. Provost, what we have seen is at times like this, we can all work together in a collective effort to defeat a common enemy. And it has become clear to me that there is more that unites us than divides us. Let's now not fall at the final hurdle. Let's all continue to follow the rules until we can all safely meet again. Provost, I would like to thank my Labour colleagues who worked diligently in order to prepare our amendment to the administration's budget. I also want to pay thanks to the finance team that assisted us in this process, particularly Brian Smale, Danny Kearney and Amanda Templeman. These officers were completely professional throughout our deliberations. Thanks must also go to the Chief Executive, Kenneth Laurie, Douglas Duff, Robert Naylor, Stuart Ritchie and their officers who diligently and professionally assisted our deliberations. Our revenue budget, Provost. Provost, austerity is a political choice. It is not an economic necessity. Falkirk Council has seen cuts of over 150 million over the past 10 years and faces 76 million of cuts over the next 5 years. We have seen cuts to councils across Scotland of 10,000 jobs lost from councils since 2010 and 11, and £2.1 billion cut since 2012 from councils. The impact of SNP cuts cannot continue. Enough is enough. This SNP austerity max for councils must end. Cuts to councils equals cuts to our communities. Provost, council funding is down over 7 years, despite uplift in Westminster monies. The Scottish Parliament Information Centre, SPICE, has published its assessment of the Scottish budget, revealing that funding for councils has dropped in the past 7 years, despite the Scottish Government receiving more cash from Westminster. According to SPICE, real terms funding for local authorities has dropped by 404.8 million. That's about 3.8% since 2013-14. Over the same period, funding sent to the Scottish Government by Westminster increased in real terms by 795.2 million, a rise of 2.6%. So there's a gap there of about 6%. The Scottish Government grant is significantly short of Falkirk Council's identified needs. The freedom to use potential borrowing gives us the flexibility to address the shortfall, but as we know, that increases the pressure on revenue in future years. And we all know the revenue grant isn't keeping pace with cost pressures, notably pay. The settlement showed that Falkirk's revenue support grant increased by 3.2 million, 1.14% from its 2020-21 level to 288.5 million. And given we are in a pandemic, I would be surprised if it didn't. However, after removing the funding for health and social care, which the council passes in full to the IGB, the core grant increased by only 1.3 million, or 0.45% from 2020-21. The COVID monies of 7.5 million are welcome and just about, but not quite, covers what we as a council have spent. So hopefully we will receive more COVID grants in the coming year. Early learning and childcare money is welcome, but it's ring-fence money and we cannot use it for day-to-day services. The budget gap that we have each year is essentially the difference in what we receive and what we have to pay in pay awards and inflation. The revenue settlement grant is effectively not keeping pace. So clearly, in order to keep delivering vital services for the people of Falkirk, we need to be better funded. Last week, Councillor Meikle-John said the cake can only be cut so many ways, and she repeated that again today. And maybe we'd like to tell her, I'd like to tell her where additional funding will come from. And that's what she said. Maybe I would like to tell her where additional funding would come from. This is a well-pedalled line from the Scottish Government. I don't know the intricacies of the Scottish Government budget and where all the money goes, but I will say it is our duty as Falkirk councillors to stand up for the people of Falkirk and ensure they receive the finances they deserve. Clearly, we had 150 million more, so where did it go? I suggest it went into SNP coffers to fund their pet projects and make them look magnanimous. I have, however, a few suggestions where the SNP have wasted public money. Of the 124 projects included in the SNP 2015 Infrastructure Investment Plan, 91 projects, 73%, were delayed, with delays across all projects adding up to the equivalent of more than 64 years of delays. 56 projects, 45%, saw cost increases across all projects totalling £1,058,400,000. This includes the ferry fiasco, Edinburgh Sick Children's Hospital still closed, a botched IT system, Alex Salmon case costing upwards of 600,000. So there's a big part of the cake right there. And how many special advisors does Nicola have? 14, I believe, on salaries ranging from 65,000 to 100,000. Has the Scottish Parliament faced any cuts or looked for efficiencies? 61 SNP MSPs, 28, that's almost half, in promoted posts, First Minister, Deputy First Minister, then 10 Cabinet Secretaries on £112,919, and 16 ministers on 94,821. So maybe the SNP should get its own house in order and be fiscally prudent and manage their finances better before questioning those who are standing up for the people of Falkirk. Provost, we have in our revenue budget tried our best to mitigate against the SNP austerity and have sought to have as few cuts as possible. We have in effect arrived at a budget that has no service cuts and no compulsory redundancies. The jobs that are going are as a result of people wishing to leave voluntarily. Most jobs have been as a result of vacant posts not being filled, restructuring and digital transformation. The Labour Party would have preferred to have a no cuts budget, but that would really have meant using up all of the reserves. I'm saying this as a strength of feeling welling up across Scotland. That is enough. Enough is enough, and councils cannot go on cutting and cutting. Cuts to councils inevitably mean cuts to communities and the people we are elected to serve. They deserve better. Labour councillors will stand up to the SNP government for the people of Falkirk. It's a pity the SNP councillors won't challenge their Holyrood masters. Provost, Labour's budget will protect the Pest Control Service, protect the free uplift, special uplift, protect the introduction of brown bin charges, protect street cleansing, protect environmental health, protect school crossing patrols, protect bus subsidies, ensuring vital services, particularly up the Braes, are retained, protect the proposed withdrawal of free after theatre council car parks, protect road maintenance, protect Christmas lights provision, protect Falkirk Delivers. We will protect the employment training unit, we will protect the taxi marshalling service, we will prevent the introduction of parking charges at Polmont, Larbert, Falkirk High stations. We will not be charging for the dog waste bags. We will protect against charging for replacement wheelie bins or containers. We will protect the cutting of grounds maintenance operations, and we will seek a full report on the impact of not servicing 80 communal areas around Falkirk District. Householders need to be consulted first, so it's premature to take this cut. We will protect the reduction in overtime working in roads and grounds maintenance, protect home to school transport for P1 to P3 pupils that are 8 years old and younger. We will protect the phased programme of community education centre closures, and we will protect school community lets. We will also protect council-funded breakfast clubs, protect the provision of non-statutory baby and toddler places, protect the central support teams preserving psychological services which will be badly needed in the forthcoming year. And we will protect secondary schools' devolved management resources. Provost, officers' proposals were to cut 96 jobs. Labour's proposal saves 52.5 jobs. Officer savings are listed at 8.899 million. We have taken 3.098 million, which is as good as we could get. Provost, I'd now like to talk about our investment proposals. Provost, Labour will put an additional investment of 500,000 in the following projects, which again are quite similar to the administration. A detached youth workers, £95,000. This project will provide 4 detached youth workers to offer young people diversionary activities to deflect them from youth-related disorder and antisocial behaviour. Based on police-identified hotspots, the detached workers will be located at Grangemouth, Kinnaird and Larbert. Climate change, £90,000. This funding will assist in the delivery of the climate change agenda, which we fully support as climate change is an existential threat to the planet. This will be done with the development of 20-minute neighbourhoods and will seek to employ 2 graduates to support carbon offsetting and environmental projects. Employability, £110,000. This funding is to assist young people to be connected to Wi-Fi and have digital services for 12 months. This will be for those aged 25 plus. This funding will support 80 people and improve their chances of gaining employment. And this funding will allow the continued employment of a procurement graduate to help deliver increased local spend. Poverty and inequalities, £143,000. This funding is for longer term support for our communities to develop sustainable solutions to address food insecurity. This might include community pantries, community growing, expanding the school holiday fund, and funding to tackle digital exclusion. And also funding to expand the hub model to allocate a multi-skilled advisor to work closely with other council services, and funding for an officer to take forward work on digital communities. Poverty reduction promise is £12,000. This proposal is for care leavers in receipt of universal credit. They will be provided with a fuel allowance for their prepaid meters of £20 per week for 10 weeks. Anti-poverty fund, £50,000. This funding will be allocated to the Holiday Food Fund to support the provision of food and activities during the school holidays. Last year, due to the pandemic, it was well used supporting community groups. Provost, I believe Labour's revenue budget is a people's budget. Our aim is not to burden people. People have enough to be dealing with at this difficult time. Provost, our proposal saved 52.5 jobs and will potentially create 114 jobs. Now, just touching on the community trust. Provost, we agree the service payment of £13.755 million to the trust and the continued support of Grangemouth Golf Club. We hope their business plan will be finalised soon, and hopefully they will be running the club as a business next year. And perhaps all of the funding won't be needed. It's there as a contingency. It was disappointing that the trust was brought back in-house. The council has in effect lost £1 million in rates relief. We will watch with interest over the coming year how the return of the trust to the council develops. It was a wrong decision from a governance and a financial position as far as Labour are concerned. Now, touching on the IGB, Falkirk Integration Joint Board was established in September 2015. Integration with the NHS is a challenge, but I'm sure Patricia Cassidy, as a very competent lead officer, will be trying her hardest to achieve full integration over the coming year or years. We will gladly continue to support the work of the IGB and the allocation of £70.555 million. I am sure will be prudentially used, and we'd like to thank Patricia and her team for the excellent work they do. They have certainly gone the extra mile in the past year, and I'm sure will do the same in the coming year. Now, just to touch a bit on the Council of the Future, Provost, we will allocate £1 million in the Council of the Future projects, and what we have asked is that these projects are identified and the savings are shown, and it was presented by the auditors asked that question as well, and I'm glad to see there's a section in the report that highlights the savings that's coming from the Council of the Future project. And if these savings are released throughout the course of the year, it will indeed prevent this salami slicing at the end of the year, which isn't good for anybody. Reserves. We have had to use reserves due to this unique time, Provost. We didn't particularly want to go into reserves, but we had to look at additional investment to support communities. So we had to go into reserves, which has been discussed with Mr. Smale, and he's quite happy with the level we've taken. I'd just like to touch on Paul Ferguson and his team. Paul's an excellent officer, and the grants that he's managed to get out the door has been fantastic. And I'd like to pay thanks to Pete Reid as well for working with local businesses and basically shoveling these grants out the door and making sure all businesses were supported. So I'd just like to thank Paul and Pete Reid. In summary, Provost, Labour's amendment is a positive amendment for a budget that will aim to protect the most vulnerable in our communities and protect jobs and services. This principle is at the heart of Labour's social democratic principle. It's a budget based on Labour values and local people's priorities. I now formally move Labour's amendment. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you very much for your input, Councillor. Have you got a seconder?
Provost.
Yep.
Thanks, Provost. Well, I've been through yet another horrible budget process. It's my 8th as a councillor. And it's easy to forget when we're going through all these spreadsheets that the numbers are about real services needed by real people. The administration may well be congratulating themselves on losing only 44 full-time equivalent posts compared to the officers' suggestions of 96 full-time equivalents. But they should take no comfort from that. We're going to help the people that we serve less than we did last year. And of course, that's a repeating programme of events for the last 10 years. Why is this? Well, the council leader was correct in her comments earlier when she said that she expected criticism for her party in Holyrood shortchanging local authorities. The reason that they're going to get criticised, and the reason she expects it, because she knows it's true. You only need to go into Audit Scotland's website and click on the local government video. Audit Scotland says quite clearly that funding for councils in Scotland has fallen faster than other areas of the Scottish Government. It amazes me that the SNP always and constantly complain that Westminster, or Westmonster as they call it, never gives enough money to Holyrood. And yet, as Councillor Bissett has alluded to, Falkirk SNP never claims about how much this council then gets in turn from that Scottish Government. Robert's already talked about it. Where is your responsibility? Is it to the people of Falkirk, or is it to your party in Holyrood? There should be some defence here. We're having to do less and less because of that political choice made by the SNP. And that's why it's so important for people to vote in May. And it's why I'm campaigning for Alison Black to win Falkirk East for the Scottish Labour Party. I accept that this year could have been a lot worse. I won't labour the point, it's been covered by everybody. But I think we're in the eye of a fiscal hurricane here. And it's not helped because of the mad decisions made by the SNP and Tory groups. This council is poorly equipped to fill this continued funding gap of at least £50 million shortfall over the next 5 years. By rejecting, rather than the zero-based budgeting that was approved this time last year, although it seems like 100 years ago, they've rejected doing a comprehensive rather than a superficial zero-based budgeting approach. This council has now still continues to make its spending decisions based on a limited number of savings options. One of them, this administration seems to think it's going to save £50,000 from a reduced overtime in roads 1921-22. Basically, we're banking on the fact that we're going to get great weather next year. I mean, this is crazy, and no private company would ever make savings this way. And of course, next year, with the trust being brought in-house, that's going to mean that they'll have to find yet another £1 million worth of savings just to pay the rates bill. The only way to mitigate against this self-imposed cost is to close more trust buildings. The SNP, Tory and independent members who voted for this bonkers decision must all be assuming that the closures are going to fall in somebody else's ward and after May 2022. That's quite a crucial time there. At the 24th of February council meeting, our auditors warned us that it's not possible to verify the assumed savings on the Council of the Future projects, including the strategic property review. There's many reasons for the auditors taking that position. And this is auditors, not a political gang. It will be necessary to divert more and more money because closing buildings also incurs costs. The council will be liable for the security, demolition, marketing and reduced revenue because you can only play so many games of 5-a-side if there's only one sports hall left. And that's before the cost of any improvements to the schools to make the community hub concept at least semi-practical. Sadly, it's the people of Falkirk area who will have to suffer for this financial planning incompetence. Finally, Provost, there's been a lot of talk about football this week, and they say it's a game of two halves. Well, today's no different. We saw the first half of the budget game played out in January when the Trust was thrown under the bus. Today, we'll see the second half, where the Boris Johnson supporters jump on board the Nicola team bus. The only problem is there's no winners here, only losers and it's the people that we're supposed to represent that will be the losers. As I said in January, the members of the SNP Tory alliance should hang their heads in shame for this blatant game playing. Second Amendment, Provost. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. Now, I believe Mr. Smale has emailed you the amendment. So what we have at the moment is we've got the motion moved and seconded, the amendment moved and seconded, documents been emailed to you. Everybody needs an opportunity to look. So we're going to have a recess, but before we decide that, I'd just like to go to Councillor Kerr and just ask him if he's got a further amendment. Councillor Kerr?
No, Provost.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, then it's 11:24. We'll give you an opportunity because there's quite a lot of in-depth information in this, and obviously what we've heard from both parties so far. So we'll resume here. It's 11:25. We're going to resume at 12 o'clock. Okay, thank you very much for that. That gives you everybody an opportunity. Thank you. 12 o'clock. Thank you.
I've lost my microphone.
How are you, Provost? How are you doing?
I'm doing fine, Councillor Goldie. I can't see you, but I can hear you. How are you?
That's because I'm incognito. I'm doing no bad.
What was I going to say? I've got some burn stuff for your brother.
I must get his address for you. I'm not sure what his address is.
Well,
Strangely enough.
I'm not going to say any more because this is live streaming at the moment, so we'll just
I know,
just now till the meeting starts.
Right, okay, son. Cheers now.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye.
Councillor Meikle-John, has your group had, we're not at the stage yet to reconvene, but has your group had enough time?
Yes, Provost. It should be all just coming back now.
Perfect. Councillor Bissett, has your group had enough time?
Yes, fine, Provost. We've had time to deliberate.
Councillor Kerr, has your group had enough time?
Yes, Provost, we've had enough time.
Thank you. We're just waiting on some members coming back and we'll start reconvening. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everybody. As I believe that all members, if you can switch your cameras on just to make sure that we can identify that you're back, and we're going to reconvene. There's been an opportunity for everybody to look at the administration's motion and the Labour Group's amendment. Okay, that's perfect. Now, first of all, before we go into debate, I would just like to say at this stage that I was very, very impressed with the presentation by Councillor Meikle-John and also Councillor Robert Bissett in their presentations, both the motion and the amendment. To me, there's not much between them, as already been said, but the fact is it's for you as members to decide. So we're going to go back in. I'm going to go to Councillor Garner first. To give him an opportunity, he seconded the administration's motion, and an opportunity for him to come back in into the debate if he wishes. Councillor Garner. Is Councillor Garner there? Okay. Councillor Garner. Yeah. Okay, then we've got some difficulty at the moment with Councillor Garner. Councillor Bissett.
Thanks for letting me in, Provost. I'd just like to ask a question around point 7 it's on our amendment, and it's around page 34 of the budget book at 4.1615. It's around the changes to conditions. So I wondered if I could just ask Mrs. Algie, there's a ballot to take place with the trade unions around these sort of removing these excess travel, long service awards, relocation expenses, etc. As if the union
conditions is not agreed with the trade unions, we would arrange to meet with them again to discuss and try and find a way forward. We would provide an update to members on this and some advice on how we can still consolidate the Scottish Local Government Living Wage, which is part of a national agreement. So that would be our priority area. It would then be for members to decide whether they wish to do anything further on the terms and conditions. But certainly we would try and find a solution to this, to the consolidation of living wage, which is part of the national agreement. I hope that assists.
Thank you. We were just basically discussing the SPR, and you could have somebody, in particular around excess travel, where you could have somebody in Bowness that maybe now has to travel to Block 4 in Larbert. So we kind of thought that's the one that kind of stuck out, and that might be a stumbling block. But I thought it was important to raise it, Robert.
Okay, thank you. We'll give an opportunity now for Councillor Kerr to come in and make a statement on behalf of his group. Thank you, Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Provost. Like previous speakers, This year has been like no other. We have went through with virtual committees, and this being the first virtual budget process. Like other people, I never came into politics to make cuts. However, we have been dealt with the hand we have. Like the other two groups, we went through meetings after meetings trying to get the best outcome. And may I take this opportunity to thank Brian Smale, Danny and Margaret and the team, Stuart Ritchie, Douglas Duff, Robert Naylor, and of course our Chief Executive. Having many questions for each of the directors with regards to the gap savings, it is a challenging time with every department being asked to make savings. It is also important to remember that including this year, we have a further 74.4 million in the next 5 years of savings to make. I don't know where or how we're going to do it, Provost. However, having spoken to the other two group leaders, it is noticeable from their budget reviews today, their revenue budgets, that they were very similar. This, I felt, was an opportunity to deliver a council budget, one that the people of Falkirk, I believe, would appreciate more. The residents of Falkirk are no real interested who delivers the budget or who gets it passed. All they want is the services. This is no Holyrood or Westminster. As a councillor of Falkirk Council, I feel that we are at the front face of all issues, and it is us who the constituents contact with their problems. They're not interested whose party you're with or not with. All they want is their issues sorted. With regards to the revenue budget, our group had certain red lines that we knew our residents wouldn't support. Charging for brown bins, free parking at the railway stations, community safety, the traffic marshals, pest control, Christmas lights, school crossings, to name but a few, Provost. Having examined both gap statements and extra spend from both Labour and SNP, they, as have been mentioned before, are very similar. And like the other two groups, the options that were suggesting that there be compulsory redundancies, we were totally against. So in my opinion, the best budget would have been to have an all-council budget, where each group could have claimed their part in the delivering of a balanced budget. I really think the residents of Falkirk would have appreciated it during these very hard times. Both groups have chosen extra spending in the revenue budget, focused on the COVID recovery plan, both having climate change, poverty inequalities, employability, which we totally agree with. We haven't seen the end of the hardship for our citizens, as this pandemic is still here and is going to be here for the foreseeable future. This, Provost, is the fourth budget that I have been involved with. In the past years, our group has supported both the administration and, like last year, the Labour group in their budget proposals in years gone by. I have no doubt that one of the groups will not be happy with our decision today. This is unfortunate, as I understand that there is an election in a couple of months, and people will use this platform for political posturing. And since football was mentioned, Provost, with Boris and Nicola, I just thought I would check the VAR, and I was right, Provost. The video definitely shows 4 Labour councillors voting with the SNP administration and against the Labour amendment on the new HQ and Arts Centre. We are not here to play political games this year, Provost. We are here, however, to make sure that the residents of Falkirk get the best deal possible in this very hard and difficult time. And having listened to officers and the two other groups, we, the Conservative Unions Group, will be supporting the administration's revenue budget. Thank you, Provost.
Okay, thank you for that. You couldn't be any clearer. Could I go back to Councillor Garner? Councillor Garner seconded the motion for the administration, and this is to give him an opportunity. He wants to come back in at this stage. Thank you, Councillor Garner.
Thanks, Provost. No, it's okay. I'll come in later on in the debate if required. Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you very much. Okay, then we're going to open the debate up, and what I intend to do is to take one from each party. Councillor Colley first. Thank you.
Till I'm mute. I think I wanted to speak a little bit about the Integrated Joint Board. I think we can all agree it's a huge effort of our health and social care partnership and our partners in the NHS and third sector in supporting people during the first and second wave of the pandemic. In this budget meeting, I'd like to pay tribute again and echo what my colleagues across the chamber have said about the work of the partnership. It's simply been tremendous, and our staff have gone above and beyond, and actually beyond again. To be honest, it's a wonder some of them are still standing. It's the leadership of Patricia Cassidy and our heads of integration, Martin and Lorraine, and our Chief Finance Officer, Gillian, who joined during the pandemic, has been simply outstanding. And you know, it's quite. I've never met Gillian actually face to face in person, and I look forward to doing that. The partnership is in response mode, as you'll realise, and I'd like to take the opportunity to welcome our government's commitment to supporting the considerable costs of the pandemic. I wanted to talk just a little bit about a couple of areas in the business plan. Fundamental is transformation of bed-based and home care. Significant work is already underway to model what is needed in Falkirk District as we move forward and ensure that individuals have the options that best suit their needs and are discharged from hospital to a setting that best meets their needs. In my experience, many people want to live at home for as long as possible, and part of this work is to ensure that. Home care is developing further to ensure that both council and external providers are able to provide the right mix of services for reablement, ongoing support for people with complex conditions, and hospitals at home services for those at end of life. Services for carers are developing further to ensure that respite and support is available to prevent crisis and pressure on carers that can lead to care breaking down and admission to hospital or a care home. I think probably any of us who's been speaking to constituents who are family carers at the moment know the significant pressure that they've been under. As you know, some of this has been available through the development of Thornton Gardens, which we all supported, offering both services to replace the rounds and additional services in the remainder of the building. The partnership strategic plan continues to prioritise improving support for carers, and additional funds are coming from the Scottish Government through the Carer Scotland Act to support this further. Reablement will be a crucial part of this. We have Summerford, which provides excellent reablement services, but must continue to build on home-based reablement support to support people to recover from hospital admission and in ill health. We've discussed for some time the need for intermediate care, where individuals can step up from the community, for example, for antibiotics for a UTI, without having to be in the acute hospital, or step down from the acute hospital as they move towards discharge. Some of this has been able to be possible during COVID, and we must build on what we've learned. Not only does this take pressure off the acute hospital, but enables individuals to speedy access to what they need and return home as soon as possible. Work continues between the partnership, NHS Forth Valley and Falkirk Council, and I welcome my fellow councillors' continued commitment to setting aside funding for this. Having the right mix and number of places in residential nursing care homes is also important. We know that in Falkirk, individuals are more likely to enter residential care earlier than other areas of Scotland. Part of the transformation and to ensure that individuals have choice If their house needs adapted for them to live at home, let's get that done quickly. And if they need home care because their needs are complex, let's ensure we can do that. The support of our housing department has been crucial, and we have already seen excellent work before the pandemic in supporting people into tenancy from Loughview and investing in adaptations and equipment to enable people to return and live well in their homes. And I'd like to particularly mention Kenny Gillespie in this, and he's been extremely supportive. We've got more work to do to develop community options. You probably remember that we invested in dates and mates and neighbourhood networks in supporting the review of the learning disability day services, but we need to look at how we can build further community options for individuals, including older adults, so that can have the best life when they're living at home, and enable them to continue, for example, activities they were doing before with support. Underpinning everything, however, is the Feely Review of Adult Social Care. There's no doubt that this is wide-ranging and innovative and widely welcomed. It clearly sets out a way forward informed by the people who use services and their families. As yet, we don't know how this might be implemented. It will be a matter for post-parliamentary election, but it's clear that there is now a key role for the Integrated Joint Board and our Health and Social Care Partnership in delivering a new way forward. As a partnership in NHS Remobilise, probably want to talk a little bit about mental health. I actually listened to Michelle Obama talk about how she faced depression because of the pandemic, recognising her own position, one that is protected by income. But she went on to talk about the challenges we face going forward, not least supporting one another and recognising that none of us have emerged unscathed from the pandemic. There's no question we face real challenges. It's clear that, including our partners in community planning across sectors, we all understand that mental health support and post-COVID and during the pandemic as it continues is vital. I'm delighted to see that plans are developing for investment in mental health in schools and a schools and community-based service that works with people into adulthood. This is an important investment and will build on the work that schools and our children's services have already been doing, and is seeking to provide interventions as early as possible, reducing demand on the already overstretched CAMHS. But more importantly, and this is a really important point, is ensuring that children and young people get help at the earliest opportunity, that we prevent more serious mental ill health. The partnership's already working with the NHS Forth Valley on a range of initiatives and with our partners in the third sector. For example, for DAMS, excellent services have supported people across the pandemic and will continue to deliver important initiatives. The Scottish Government has significantly increased investment in both adult and children's mental health and have brought together a range of resources to support staff in both health and social care and unpaid carers during the pandemic with their mental health. The Scottish Budget further enhances investment, and I look forward to the partnership, our community planning partners and of course our communities exploring how resources can make the greatest impact in supporting the well-being of citizens of Falkirk District. I'd like to comment briefly on a little on the cherry picking of figures. As the leader of the council has said, it is a cake and local government is one part of it. I'd like to see, I'm a councillor, I'd like to see more money coming directly to the council, but this view only sees part of the pictures and actually ignores key investments that have and will be made at a national level, including ring-fenced initiatives delivered by the council that are directly intended to support the citizens of Falkirk. For example, and I'll talk a little bit social security, it's an area I'm very interested. Next year, £68 million will be spent on the Scottish Child Payment, at the moment on children under 6 in a low-income household, but by the end of 2022, all eligible under 16s. This is something the Child Poverty Action Group has called a game changer in tackling child poverty. This is supporting Falkirk citizens. Over £40 million to help support carers through the Carers Allowance Supplement to bring it to at least the level of Job Seekers Allowance. £1 million for Young Carers Grant. £3.1 million to support families with children with severe disabilities with £200 payment for winter heating, all supporting the citizens of Falkirk. Increased funding for employability and training, more money on supporting learning post-COVID, expanded funding for early learning, bringing investment to over £560 million, all supporting the citizens of Falkirk. And let's just talk about health and care, because I can talk about that endlessly. You probably are thinking that at this moment. But spending on the health care and sport portfolio will increase by around £2 billion, including over £800 million into mental health, primary care, drugs and alcohol services. Investment in mental health will now be over £1 billion. This is all supporting the citizens of Falkirk. We are part of a team across Scotland trying to support the citizens in our area. I'm not going to say any more. We have a lot of agreement, and I want us to build on that moving forward, as without doubt this year will be a really difficult year, building on a really terrible year, and it will take a lot of consensus to help build back in a way that tackles inequality and supports the health and well-being of our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a very interesting presentation, and I'm glad that you highlighted the mental health issue, because the stats are out there, and to be honest with you, they're very, very concerning throughout all our communities. Councillor Alison Black, thank you.
Thanks, Provost. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you fine.
I'm on my phone today. Provost, over the last year, the Labour group have put politics aside. We've actively participated and contributed a lot in the economic recovery plan, and we've been very supportive of the Health and Social Care Partnership. I don't think the people out there will appreciate councillors endorsing those cuts as a responsible opposition, cuts from the SNP Parliament. It's up to Labour to point the difficulties out, and I don't know who Councillor Kerr is talking to when he talks about political posturing, because I know for myself, as one example, I'm 100% honest and sincere. The fact is, a lot of the difficulties created for local government are caused by the SNP administration at Holyrood, who year on year have chosen to cut budgets to councils much more than other areas of the budget. The Accounts Commission, another public body, public spending watchdog for local government, acknowledged in a recent report that from 2013 to 2020, council budgets were cut by 4.7%. And if you take out the early years figures that came in last year, then it's actually 7.6%. That's a huge cut. And other parts of the government budget are only being cut by 0.8%. So I think you can see that council budgets have been cut much more and much more severely. Ring fence funding last year increased from 6.6% to 12.1%. That was a huge rise in 1 year, and again, we welcome the services that provides, but at the end of the day, it means that other services are going to have to be cut more. All around us, we can see the effects of those cuts. Potholes in the roads that get patched rather than resurfaced, green spaces not looking so tidy unless volunteers take up the slack, more litter lying around and more fly tipping. And the Health and Social Care Partnership must concentrate on those in the most need, rather than thinking about doing more preventative work that will save money in the long term. At the same time, our young people have less options for their leisure time, and that leads to other difficulties in our communities. And that is why I'm so pleased about the Labour group's for detached youth workers in our budget. Our group leader has of course has said that we want to mitigate the worst of the cuts. Of course we do. However, over the last 10 years, the cumulative effect of all those vacant posts, those early retirees and the voluntary service, at the end of the day, are real jobs, and those jobs are gone forever. Jobs that would provide security for families, give young people a start and keep money in their local economy. Those jobs total 500. Now, okay, of course we welcome the early years jobs, and you might say, well, that you look at it, when you add those in, there's only around 130 jobs that have been lost. But the reality is it's 500 jobs, and that's gardeners' jobs, bin men's jobs, admin staff, waste management, litter teams, lots and lots of jobs that we'll never have back, and jobs that would have given people a real start in life. So anyway, I understand that the council has to modernise. Of course it does, and the conversations that we've had in Grangemouth have been really positive. But whether we like it or not, a lot of the issues that we're dealing with just now are due to chronic lack of funding, alongside rising costs and increased demand in some of our services. During the pandemic, we saw amazing work that our staff did to keep services going, to reach and support people who are shielding and to support the community groups that have done such an amazing job. But COVID-19 has showed us how important councils are to communities and how important it is to keep services local and to make sure that there is equality of access to all services, no matter where you stay in the area. Those are the reasons going forward that we must ensure that councils are properly funded, because cuts to councils, as has been said repeatedly, cuts to councils, they are cuts to communities. And our communities deserve so much better, Provost. So I'm happy to support a Labour amendment. Thank you, Provost.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Monroe's next. I believe then we'll get Councillor Nicholl and Councillor Alexander with their hands up. Councillor Monroe, thank you.
Thank you, Provost. The Scottish Government have this year received the largest settlement ever sent to Scotland, an increase of 11%. And whichever way you look at it, our council settlement, whichever way you cut it, it's an austerity budget in comparison. What is even more challenging is that so much of this money comes ring-fenced with over 30 items, which means as councils, we're in a spending straitjacket with little room for manoeuvre. And whilst Fiona talked about community choices and some of the things that ring-fence money is going to do, we don't have a choice in it. And you know, we need the space to make decisions ourselves. This budget has to measure up to the new corporate goals as well, which the council set in September, to be innovative, entrepreneurial, forward-thinking and unafraid of change. Council wants to help business to thrive and to make our communities more prosperous, but we're given less money. So how are we going to make these plans work? Because of this pandemic, the country faces a huge challenge in terms of the amount of debt, and it's our children and grandchildren who will face repaying that debt. So as a council, we need to ensure that what we spend effectively and we get something in return. How much do we as a council generate in income from the many services we provide, and how do we increase this to future-proof being able to continue to provide a service for our communities? As Brian Smale said earlier, the Council of the Future agenda is crucial to how we make changes. We have to do more with less, and it has to be planned with communities. And in early conversations with communities, some good ideas have been born. We have many old buildings and schools which are currently under review, and these buildings that are buildings that communities cherish. We haven't always made the best of these assets. Bowness Town Hall has 2 homes attached, which had they been rented out, would have contributed to the building's upkeep. Its use as a wedding venue was gaining real progress until the pandemic, but we could have had rental income as well. Kinneal Estate has a walled garden, 100 acres of woodland, a cottage, which has lain empty for 20 years. It could have also provided camping or caravan accommodation, and the community growing maybe allotments, which it will be good to see. Instead, we have new gates ordered for a walled garden, which the community weren't consulted on, and we no longer use. There are perfectly serviceable wooden gates. So the many plans put forward by the community have never been acted upon. In part, we believe because the walled garden and the remainder of the estate are run by different departments, and as a result, the community don't think council are listening. So does this revenue budget meet the challenges the business plan set? Are we going to make people's lives happier and healthier and build sustainable communities? Are we helping business to thrive Are we being entrepreneurial, forward-thinking and unafraid of change? Our chief assets are our people and our staff, and we need to harness their ideas and help in changing our organisation and not be afraid of being more commercial. Budgets are not just about spending money. They are about improving the lives of people in our community, and we all need a change of mindset to focus on making communities work by listening and acting to provide those basic things that people in our communities want. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this stage, I'm going to go back to a member of the administration, which will be Councillor Alexander, followed by Councillor Jim Blackwood, and then Councillor Nicholl, to try and make sure that we have a fair and open debate with a member of each group having an opportunity. Councillor Alexander, thank you.
Thank you, Provost. I don't understand why there's a movement against ring fencing. The only way that you would have a problem with ring fencing of a specific resource, which was government policy, not local authorities policy, but government policy, paid for down to the last brass penny by the government. Why the administration in Falkirk, or why the opposition in Falkirk, sorry, would want to object to the fact that that money was accountable in the sense that it was open to scrutiny. Unless, of course, you disagree with the source of the funding or the opportunity to invest in that particular service. And I think if that's the case, in terms of early years, then you should tell the public that. You should be honest with the parents, all of whom have enjoyed this particular service. I was highly impressed with the list of areas that Labour will seek to protect. Very, very supportive of that particular list, particularly given the fact it's already on a list. It's on a list by an administration that's worked tirelessly to bring new services, new investment to Falkirk, and who have succeeded along most of those goals that have been set. Mr. Bissett wonders why we don't become a bit more aggressive. Well, especially George or Ho. The fact that is that we have, I think, settlements that have been reasonably fair given the circumstances that we've had, and I appreciate the fact that this year is a year out of the ordinary in terms of the areas that we have to cover in relation to the terrible virus. But many of these are loans that we have to repay. There's certainly the concerns still that the virus is there, and it will involve additional investment to get rid of it once and for all. I was looking to see just exactly where we were in terms of the progress over the years, and I came across this Labour leaflet. It basically says, who pays SNP's tax rises? You do. If the SNP win in May the 6th, every family in Scotland will face an extra £250 in tax. And low-income families with children will be hit hardest. That's Labour on a Tory agenda. Just New Labour. On the reverse side, Labour's £2 billion boost for Scottish families. In other words, concerned that the taxes will go up by an SNP administration, and on the other hand, Labour with a spending pledge of £2 billion. You can see why this is very difficult to take seriously, the Labour Party in Scotland these days. It's very easy to see why they've gone from first place and almost on an unchallengeable basis down to third. And when you hear stuff like we've heard this morning, particularly from Mr. Bissett, it's difficult to comprehend the way that the only way that Labour can get back into power or credibility. Now, there was an opportunity, I think, for the Labour Party to show maturity in Falkirk today. There is only one area of the proposed budget changes that where we disagree. You have proposed for youth workers. You've proposed an increase in the number of enforcement and inspection officers in the community estate section. That's the only difference between the two budgets, and yet we've had nothing but bile with regards to the Scottish Government. And again, when you look at the figures from the Scottish Government, the only service that is funded above local government is the health service. Are you seriously saying that we should be diverting resources from the health service to local government? You knock 100 doors and you'll get 99 of 100 say that the health service is priority, and quite rightly so. But that's a fatal weakness within the Labour ethos at the moment, and that's why I don't think you will in Falkirk East. I noticed you didn't mention Falkirk West. It appears that you've given that one up already. But it's not something that any of us can take, I think, any comfort in. Some of the comments that we made this morning. This was an opportunity for a change of direction, a change of emphasis, recognition of the joint working that's been undertaken. And I've got to say one thing in relation to in particular the roles of the leaders within Falkirk Council. And I think that the Falkirk Council's got the best leader it's ever had. And we've seen it, not just in terms of the maturity within the chamber here, the vision that she has articulated, also a record squeezing more money out of the Holyrood. As Vice Convener of the SNP group in Cosler, she's been systematic and prominent in relation to some of the deals that have been done that have allowed for more resources to come to local government. And I think that modesty stops her from highlighting these issues. Modesty stops her from claiming any credit for these issues. But it doesn't mean to say that she shouldn't be given credit. And I think the comment from Mr. Bissett about the SNP having a soft line, soft approach to the national situation is extremely unfortunate, extremely inaccurate. But I'll wind up, Convener, by saying that this £150 million has been quoted time and time again. It's almost on a loop in the ethos of the Labour group. But when we look at it, £73 million in housing grants, not a penny with the previous administration. That's our share of the housing grants that have gone on. Mr. Bissett mentioned socialist principles and socialist attitude. 12 years Labour were in power, unchallenged, not one single council house built in this area in that 11 to 12 years. It was only when there was a change of government to the SNP we got the most socialist of our principles, namely that of the right of everyone to have a house, and the benefits that come about through a strong public sector housing stream. Labour's policy was to sell off the houses, not individually to the tenants, but to housing associations or interested parties. If we look at other areas that take us over the £150 million, social care. If it wasn't for the SNP, the people of Falkirk would be paying bedroom tax. The Scottish Welfare Fund, again, designed to mitigate the austerity policies that we've been forced to swallow for more years than we care to remember. And finally, the £9 million this year alone, and the extension of early years education, and every penny recovered from the central government for that particular policy. So I think that there's an opportunity there, still there for it to be taken, still there for Labour to claim the credit. But to make the comment about moving the motion from the position that Labour are in, the second party in terms of seats, third party in terms of votes in this district, is a wee bit cheeky. But there's nothing wrong with a wee bit cheeky every now and again, as long as it doesn't get in the way of the sensible scrutiny of the proposals that are before us, and the both budgets being dealt with in a manner which is worthy of the members of this particular forum or the general public in Falkirk. Thank you, Provost.
Okay. Thank you for your input. Just to say before I bring Councillor Blackwood in, is that obviously we usually time video everybody that's speaking, but because it's a budget and so important, we're extending periods of time for people to ensure that everybody has an open and frank debate. Councillor Blackwood, followed by Councillor Nicholl, and we've got one or two others. We've got Councillor McCluckie, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Reid, but we'll try and take them in an order of each individual group. So it's Councillor Blackwood for the Labour group at the moment. Thank you, Councillor Blackwood.
Thanks, Provost. Provost, I've got a comment and a question to ask. The comments about Councillor Kerr's submission on supporting the Labour Party budget last year and the Conservatives this year. And I get the impression from his statement is that the Conservatives don't have to drop a budget. They're just going to give the opposition and the administration a shot each every year. And I just wonder whose budget they'll support next year, because it should be back to Labour's.
Okay, carry on, sir.
The question I've got is on page 63, and it's on number 21, DB60, income generation from ground maintenance operations. That's in private developments that we obviously do the factoring. So I get the impression from this one, we're going to withdraw the factoring or offer factoring and as a charge to the people in these private developments that we currently factor. Or it looks like they're going to have to do it themselves or get their own factoring. Is that indeed the case?
Well, we'll bring Mr. Duff in on that just to answer. Mr. Duff?
Happy to come back with a response to that one, Provost. It would be taken forward through a range of measures, as Councillor Blackwood notes. We would be looking to those private areas that we maintain and determining if we can draw income from that. There's also arrangements we have with charging to other organisations, and we're intending to approach them to seek support and draw an income for the provision of these services. So it would be a blend of that activity. It connects with the transformation of this service being promoted through Council of the Future, and we would work with our colleagues in legal and finance in making those arrangements.
Provost, can you expand on that? There are many private developments in the area who organise their own, have to organise their own factoring. If the council's got a factoring service, will we be offering it to these individuals or these groups or these areas?
That's one of the proposals that we would certainly be looking at, Councillor. The intention is to determine a number of different avenues that we could go down in order to attract that type of income and offer that service to these interests.
Okay, thanks, Provost.
Okay, thank you. And now an opportunity, Councillor Nicholl. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Provost. I'm not very sure of how many people actually watch the live streams of the council meetings. I would hope there's quite a few. And for anybody who watched please speaking with the group leaders, they would have seen three people who all, in slightly varying forms, said that there wasn't much between the different parties on this budget. And maybe some of them just then switched off thinking there wasn't going to be that much of a debate. The leader of the council made a plea for no bickering. The leader of the opposition, or of the Labour members that obey his whip, made a lengthy list of things suggesting that the non-Labour members were keen to cut them, which, as Councillor Alexander has pointed out, is entire nonsense. And the leader of my own group, and can I say that he certainly came of age as a group leader with that speech. I think all neutral members of the council would have recognised that that was a position that has been put forward in sincerity. For the benefit of the people of Falkirk, we took a close look at the options before us. As I suggested earlier, the Labour group options, you're never very sure from which part of the Labour group it was coming, so that was certainly difficult. But the leader of the council certainly did extend a hand to the Conservative group to have an input into the budget. And I fail to see why that really should be a surprise and why it should have upset Councillor Coombs. Because let us not remember that for 5, if not more years, Councillor Coombs and I served as joint deputy leaders of a Conservative Labour administration. Not at any time did Councillor Coombs or Councillor Black vote against a decision made by that joint administration. And yet we have seen recently her and some other of her colleagues vote against a Labour group decision. So for 5 years that Councillor Coombs was the beneficiary of Conservative support to retain her post, she had no objections at all in working together very closely with me. I can certainly vouch that we worked very hard and very closely together to realise our ambitions for the people of Falkirk. Now, we now have a position where the Conservative group is in alliance with neither of the other big parties and must, in all important decisions, seek our view of which one offers the best opportunity and the best position for the people that we represent. Now, as has been highlighted before, last year we thought that the Labour vision was the better one. This year is slightly different. There were two very, very similar budgets, but however, I think because of the split in the Labour group and the uncertainty of what would be happening there, we wanted to find a consensus for the whole of Falkirk. We hoped that everybody could come together and support the budget. That sadly wasn't to be, but however, it did not shake our ambition to put forward a solid budget based on the proportions of the money and what was available, but safeguarded the vital services that we're here to protect. So we came down on the side, on this occasion, of the administration. Now, this is not the Conservative group supporting the SNP. That is not the case at all. We are supporting the administration. It just happens to be SNP. Now, I'm quite sure that in the weeks and months ahead, leading up to May, Joan Coombs and other Labour people there will be shoulder to shoulder with Conservative members in highlighting our belief that the SNP should be denied a majority at Holyrood. That is just politics, and there is a place for politics, but it is not really here. We're so close in agreement across the lines. I think we should have put the political labels aside, put them back in the drawer for another few weeks till we get through closer to the end of this pandemic, and we're able to campaign for the parliamentary elections in May in whatever form we're able to campaign. That is legitimate, and I think that would have been respected by the people of Falkirk. Not finding holes for the sake of finding holes in something that we are 99% in agreement on. So I'm very proud that the Conservative group has shown the flexibility. It has overcome the hurdles which seem to be a problem to members of the Labour group, that staunch unionists such as ourselves cannot see a common cause with people who are putting forward a budget that we are able to support. We are not going to blindly just follow Labour, as I think was the undertones of some of the comments from Joan Coombs. We have moved on from that, and we are big enough to recognise that for this budget, the option being provided by the administration is worthy of support. And I just wish that the Leader of the Opposition had shown some humility, and rather than insist on trying to present it as his budget, had agreed, as we are able to do, to recognise it as a budget put forward by the administration, but it meets a lot of our red lines, and things like our leader has already highlighted, such as brown bins. There was no way, we would never have supported any sort of budget that was charging for brown bins. And if Mr Duff notes that for next year, instead of it keep coming up every year, it's not going to happen while the Conservative group control the balance of power on this council. So in conclusion, convener, I think we've made the right choice. And in reply to Jim Blackwood, I don't know who we will be supporting next year, but you can rest assured it will be the group that puts forward the most sensible proposals for the people that we represent. It may be Labour, it may be the SNP. Hopefully the year after that, of course, can be a promise. It will be a Conservative administration and a Conservative budget, but we will still be extending the hand to all parties to have an input, as the current leader has done, and to which I think she deserves credit. Whilst giving credit and acknowledging the role across the council that people play, I've been here for 35 years, and in that time I have seen conveners who are ill-fitted to their role, and I've seen conveners who fit the role like a glove. And I think it would be churlish not to make some comment about the input from Fiona Colley, Provost. I'm happy to say, if it upsets Labour colleagues, so be it, but I think that Fiona has really fitted into that role, and her speech today showed the sincerity and commitment which she has for that post. And all politics aside, I think there's not a person on the council who could fill that role better than Fiona. So with that, Provost, I'll conclude. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we all recognise the tremendous work that Fiona does, and other members, and also your group leader, who gave a very, very good presentation, although he didn't provide an alternative budget. A very good presentation. Now, one thing that I have noticed today, and I'm very, very pleased with, is that everybody that's spoken have all had an opportunity, whether some people think maybe it's political, that everybody's respected one another, and I hope that's going to continue throughout today. So next up will be Councillor Hughes, then Councillor Reid, and we've still got Councillor Lorna Binney to come as well. So Councillor Gordon Hughes, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you. Today, Labour have used words such as mad, crazy, bonkers, incompetence, how to influence people and win no friends. Labour, as usual, enjoy grandstanding and exhibit plenty of bluster. Despite their exaggerated rhetoric, they offer no analysis of the issues, no policy development, but instead throw up a smokescreen trying to give the impression of enlightenment without bringing any clarity or even offering communities words of wisdom. For me, Labour once again have shown themselves incapable of working with others for the benefit of our communities. It is my opinion that Labour still exudes a profile of a party on the fringes of isolation. In a time of crisis, we all should have put our differences aside and shown that we are able to work together in common cause to support our communities. I support the budget.
And now an opportunity for Councillor Reid. Councillor Reid, thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you, Provost. I certainly won't be insulting anybody this morning. There's a difference, I think, of about £250,000 pounds between the two budgets, and it would be just as easy for the Tories and SNP to accept our budget as for us to accept their budget. So I think the arguments in that regard all fall, don't they? I think what I'm more worried about is the fact that while we're cutting very drastically, Holyrood does not appear to be. I see no reference to any cuts in public referring to cuts at Holyrood. In 1999, when the Scottish Parliament was set up, I was delighted because it was largely through the efforts of the Labour Party, to be honest, that it was set up. Now that led to the dominance of the SNP eventually, and as a Democrat, there's absolutely no problem with that whatsoever. However, over the last couple of weeks, we've seen Parliament, and I say Parliament, not the government, Parliament descend to chaos, and £600 million spent on a court case. I'm not pointing figures at First Minister, Deputy First Minister, previous First Minister. I'm talking about the blurring of the edges between the law and governance and between the civil service and governance. It was sad to see our great Parliament descend, and I hope that steps are taken to redress this. There's little doubt that local government has been cut, but it's been cut more than financially, it's been cut in terms of its power. Sometimes I sit as a councillor and wonder what powers do I have left, either individually or collectively. But they seem to be reducing every year. And we're just a message boy now for central government. That is quite alarming. With the reference to the specific items in the budget, I don't think the public will see much difference, to be honest. But I just wish that the politicking would stop. It's too much, and the public don't like it, to be honest. I don't have much more to say than that. Just one simple question. I think, like other members, I've been getting inquiries about the brown bin collection, the fact that there's no diary at the moment. I take it, Douglas, that's because you're waiting to see what happened this morning. People don't find any reference to the brown bin collection in their diaries at the moment.
I have an email waiting to send the update to the website. I've been asked to get note from this meeting as soon as possible for that to take place.
Right, okay. I'll just make one final reference to the VAR reference by Councillor Kerr. I think we've been watching two different football matches, James.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for your input, Councillor Reid. It's now an opportunity for Councillor Lorna Binney to ask a question.
Thank you, Provost. This is small in comparison to all the contributions here today. They've all been very good, as a matter of fact. They've all been very interesting. But in actual fact, I'm not going to talk about the budget as a whole. I just have a question, because sometimes items in the budget you sometimes miss because it's actually a very big report. This is very apt just now, and it's actually about terms and conditions 4.1615, and that's the telephone allowance. And I'm sure a lot of people would be interested in that. I mean, I think we can all agree that the team calls and video conferences is essential right now, very, very essential. And in the future, to enable all the staff, our members and communities to communicate and make decisions. This is very important. But at the part regarding having this facility, you need broadband, and that needs a landline. So basically, I would like to ask Karen Algie if that's possible. So my question is, which employees can receive a payment for the landline costs and broadband? I mean, telephone users only, that part in 4.1615, not very clear. Telephone users only, and all staff that participate in Teams at the moment. So which are they? Is it telephone users only, or people that can participate in Teams meetings, which we can all agree this is the way forward, and we need broadband and a landline? Thanks.
Good question, Karen.
Thank you, Provost. Provost, this relates only to those employees who would have been receiving a payment for a landline telephone, not mobile phones, or and in most cases now, a lot of these employees will have the ability to use Teams through their laptop, etc., to contact other officers. Just to confirm, in the last year, there have been no employees in receipt of that type of allowance, and I think that just reflects the technology having moved on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now for an opportunity, we'll have 3 councillors waiting, so we'll try and take them in order. Councillor McCluskey.
Thanks, Provost, for letting me in, and I'll try to be as courteous as possible. Well, until we get to the capital budget anyway, but I'll do my best. There have been some very interesting points today, very, very good. Obviously, Councillor Monroe came up with some very good points and things that could really be looked at. And if there was a budget came forward for the Conservatives, we could have certainly looked at some of the aspects, but hopefully some recommendations coming in the future, and we should be all looking at the suggestions that was made. Councillor Alexander made some points about people have got better housing now, more people in housing now to the Scottish Government. I find it strange that there's a bigger waiting list than ever we've had. It goes up every year. So how is that possible if the SNP is doing so well on the houses? He did also mention that there was no house building for a while. That was because the SNP government didn't give grants that they're doing now to allow councils to go and build new council houses. They did get to housing associations, and in fact still today, I've raised previously, the housing associations get a larger grant for building one of their houses than we get for building a new council house. So these are points. He also said that under the SNP, we're all better off, and we're all going to be better off with tax. Well, I don't mind being honest with you. I just got to hang in for the tax officer just 2 weeks ago, and it says that I owe them £600 working for Falkirk Council, because it seems we've now got a Scottish tax and I'm paying an extra penny, and it seems I've lost some of my entitlement for my fuel for driving, doing my work around about my ward. So if Councillor Alexander's correct, then maybe the government's got it wrong. But that's what it says on the government leaflet I got, so I'm just trying to clarify the points. Councillor Colley made some good bits about mental health. I thought that's very important, and I see a lot of people doing that, and people try to do their best under these difficult times. as it's been known, I'm one of the people that's came forward and say I have issues myself, and I can go a week and not get out of my bed to 4 o'clock in the day if I feel depressed and down and I struggle. And then I work when I'm real at night to do my inquiries. Sometimes they're very important meetings like today where you're up and I do get agitated and that and sometimes stressed, and then I've got to go up and lie down at night. But that's just a part. People's got to learn to accept people with obviously disabilities. None of us wanted kind of mental health issues and depression, or some people's got addiction issues and a whole host of things. And we've just got to accept that none of us are perfect. We're all human beings, and none of us, God didn't make any of us perfect. We've all got issues, and we should accept people's differences in that. So as I say, I just think it's important to mention these points. And it was good if you want to bring it up. I've got a couple of questions, and obviously Malcolm made a point about the brown bins, and fully agree. How could you go and charge people that's got so much poverty in the world and ask them to pay for the brown bins at this time? I'm not caring what other councils are doing. I don't think it's appropriate. But it is, both the Conservatives and SNP have supported paying for a replacement bin. Now, I would like some clarification on that, because clearly you put your bin out and it gets chewed up with a bucket loader or some use, because they've not got youth workers, kind of like for the youth clubs and that we're proposing, they set the bin on fire, and you've got to go and then pay for a new bin. Now, obviously we're not supporting that, and I'm trying to find out what happens then. Is that then not a council bin, it's your bin? In which case, do you pass it down to family members, right? Or if the council lorry chews it up, do you sue the council for criminal damage to your bin? I was just trying to get a wee bit clarification on that, on how it seems to work. Because what I see myself is in the poverty and that, a lot of wee old ladies, is bin's going to disappear and they're not going to have the money to pay it. And I'll be doing bin duty, driving around there, and as a witness, and or people will sound like me coming on and saying that what happened to the bin? Well, I'll say I seen it going in the back of the bin lorry. You know what I mean? In my ward, because I know heavy old ladies get suffering. But that's one of the points. But I just want to ken whose bin it is and what happens there. Maybe as I say, when you die, you lose it and you can't hand your bin to your daughter. But the other one on the fly tipping, obviously I would like some more clarification on that. We're now going to be going into ground that's not ours. Now, I was always told, and every time, and I'm hundreds of inquiries to go and get bits of ground cleared up, we were told that we couldn't do that as a council because it was private ground. What we had to do was go through planning, and obviously we're teamed to find out who owns the bit of ground, and then officers would write to them and ask them to try to clean it up. But now it seems that we can go into these bits of ground, and I wonder what legislation's changed, what council decision was made, or were we not tell the truth previously? Why were we not doing it before, if we can just go in to other people's ground? So I would like to get clarification on that. I've also another couple of questions, Provost, if I may.
Well, if you just hold on, we'll try and get those two answered first, just in case we get lost in transit.
Thank you.
First one is the bin situation and also the private ground. Mr. Duff.
Thanks, Provost. In relation to the bins, our approach is that the bins should be held by the property, and our ambition is that all properties should have the bins assigned to them, and householders should choose those to put out their bins and bring them back as promptly as they can in order that they don't get lost. Unfortunately, that doesn't happen, and as a consequence, as you say, Councillor, some bins do get abused, get stolen, and so there is a requirement for them to be replaced. We spend about 300,000 a year on that, which is not cost effective, and therefore we're trying to recoup a significant portion of that through the saving that is proposed here. We know that people who move house can take their bins with them, and as a consequence, the occupant of the new house that's vacated has to get replacement bins. So we're trying to make sure that there is an order of ownership and control over these bins, hopefully recoup some of the costs that we incur, but try to avoid the practice of them being abused. In relation to the fly tipping and access to private ground, we could only do that with the agreement of the owners. And part of the difficulty, as you mentioned, that we've experienced in the past is identifying the ownership of ground where tipping is taking place. And part of the intention of these additional funds would be for us to do the relevant searches to establish who owns the ground and who to approach in order to get any measures undertaken, or where necessary for us to uplift that we've got the capacity in the budget to meet those costs. So it can only be done with agreement and where we're assured as to the relevant ownership of the ground involved. Hope that's helpful.
That's
Thank you.
helpful. That's helpful, Provost, and that's good. So basically, I was just wondering if we're hiring any staff to find out the ownership of all these properties and where all the litter is, because I didn't see it. The other question is, I raised it, and obviously with Douglas 6 months ago, previously, straight across the road from me is a guy with 2 vans, free uplift, scrap metal. He also does house clearances. He also, when he goes to the tip, has to pay more money than he's got to pay quite a bit of money to dump his waste. But he does free, as I say, scrap lifts. And I asked why did we not use them. Now, he was refused permission with the council to go and take a cooker off the public park, because what he was told is, not with the council, by the police, says it's theft by fining, but the council wouldn't give him permission to take it. I think it came under the trust then, as I says, who has responsibility for each bit of the park. He couldn't take it for the public road because the roads had told him there was stuff lying inside the road. And when I asked about this, what we were told was that scrap metal, a bit of money for it, so it's our teams like to take it. Now, I'm just wondering how the council goes in with theft by fining, because if we take material for somebody else's land, how does it work there? So that was just the kind of similarity to the questions there, you know.
Well, I think, Councillor McCluckie, that one maybe come at another day for you, because we're trying to concentrate on what's in front of us now. There's the budget, and I'm quite sure that an officer. Yeah, I'm quite sure.
Fly tipping, obviously, this is what's raised under the thing. I'm entirely paying for the bins, and this fly tipping is clearly the bits that's mentioned. Also, they says here about 2 new enforcement officers. Well, as you know, I've made it clear that only 5 people got charged in 12 months by the enforcement team for litter offences in the whole of Falkirk, and 6 for dog fouling. So if we're starting another 2 officers, does that mean we're expecting 10 people and 12 people to get fined by the SNP administration for that, or do we expect a bit more? And the last question was the same subject. We were told to get the 330 extra bins, we asked for the cost of that is less now than previously litter bins to replace. There would be a capital cost to buying the 330 bins. There would also be capital costs of 2 vehicles to go and pick the material up, and we would need a revenue cost of over £100,000 for 4 members of staff to carry out the duties, because these jobs all seem to have been lost. Now, when we hear that we're starting a couple of enforcement officers, I take it then that there'll be a capital cost coming back in your next budget for vehicles for them to go and round, and there'll be capital costs for obviously for the fly tipping to go and pick the stuff up, because if we're going to be doing more than that, we'll need more vehicles, we'll need more staff, so I take it there'll be a capital cost there as well. So that's my my last point. And
Okay.
no, we've one more point there. We mentioned another one.
Councillor McCluskey is asking questions that could have really been answered during the recess.
No,
Right.
the last question. The last question was yourself, and you mentioned about the people in care want to be cosy and warm. Well, I'll let you tell you, my heating stays at 15 because I can't afford it only higher than that. And what we do is, as I'll show you, we get these things, right, and we sit with these, right, these big fleece things, and all the people in my village, right, for the fuel poverty, right, because we can't pay for the electricity, and because I've got a dry meter, you know, and even some of the people going to the food bank doesn't get anything back if they've got a dry meter. They only get some benefit if they're on obviously a prepaid meter, but if you've got a payment meter, you get it. So we all get these things. Their full families have got them to try to keep warm.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Okay, thank you. We'll just go back and try and clear up that issue. Mr. Duff, could you maybe try and clear up that last point with Councillor McCluskey?
Happy to connect with Councillor McCluskey out the meeting. Essentially, the costs that we're anticipating for delivering this scheme are all included in the proposal, and the net saving is what's captured in the proposal for the replacement of the bins. And we don't anticipate additional capital costs beyond that. In fact, we hope that there will be a capital saving by having to purchase less bins. So that's certainly what we're hoping from that process. But happy to get further explanation to Councillor McCluskey outside the meeting.
So there are no vehicles going to get used with these workers?
Okay.
We've got existing fleet, and we would be using the existing fleet primarily.
Okay. Well, thank you. Councillor Bowes. Thank you, Councillor McCluskey.
Thank you, Provost. Been an interesting day so far, let's say. Can I first of all thank the leader of the council? I think moving towards looking to get a consensual budget this year was definitely the right move. I don't wish to correct Malcolm because he said that she approached the Tories, she approached Labour and the Tories, and she tried to get consensus between all three parties as things moved on. One comment I will say is agree on Councillor Colley. I think she's an absolutely first-class councillor. There was talk about last year's budget and who supported it and what happened. Well, the simple fact is that we would be £2.5 million better off this year if we had supported the SNP budget last year, but we didn't, and we've got to live with that. So there's been some selective figures picked out today. Sorry, hopefully everybody can hear me okay. So I've looked at gov.scot, gov.uk, gov.wales, Office of National Statistics, and you're right, you can pick out certain years, certain time periods. I think Spice put in a report from 1999 to 2017, and their comment is that this shows that if you include police and fire for 2013 to 2017, local government share of Scottish Government budget has stayed reasonably consistent, decreasing slightly from 36.2 in 1999 to 35.6 in 2017. If you add on to that, the general revenue grant, I did also speak to Danny, or an email to Danny this morning. So I looked at general revenue grant. So in 2019, the general revenue grant for Scotland is local authorities was 6.733 billion, and in 21-22, according to what I got this morning, it's 7.6 billion pounds. That represents roughly a 12.5% rise over that 2-year period. So I started to look at, right, okay, can we do some comparators on it? And basically in England and Wales, with what they get spent through councils, it's really difficult to work out with English councils because different ones have different responsibilities. So I thought it better to go to the Office of National Statistics and look at the populations. So per head of population spent in England and Wales, in 2019-2020 was £909 per person. In Scotland, it was £1,292 per person. That's 42.13% more spent as by councils per population. So how do we pay for that? You pay for it through council tax. So as particularly the Labour Party have been particularly giving us a lot of figures. So your average bandy council tax in Wales, which is the only area of Great Britain which Labour actually runs, is currently £1,667, if not published, the one going forward to this year. However, there is £275 of that is ring-fenced for police and fire and rescue, and £38 of it is ring-fenced for community councils. I know some people don't like ring-fencing, but it seems like it happens in other parts of Great Britain and not just in Scotland. So that brings that down then to £1,354 on average. In Scotland, a band D is £1,294. So like you know, in Scotland we pay for police and fire and rescue through PAYE. In England you also pay PAYE, but you pay it at a slightly higher level if you're the poorest in society. But then you also have to then pay through the council tax on top of that for police, fire and rescue. That is a straight tax on top of your PAYE. That's quite excessive. So I looked at council tax levels in Wales for last year. The lowest rise last year in Wales under the Labour Party was an 8% rise. The highest was 15.4% in Pembrokeshire. That's what happened with Labour in charge in Wales. I don't know that the people up here would be that happy with that. I've got all the income tax figures if you want. Basically, 27,243 is a break-even figure because of the lower rate. There's a lower rate in Scotland, as everybody knows. Yes, it does go up from that point. And for say every 10,000, for every 1,000 you own, you earn over that, you'll pay about £10 more per year, to a maximum of £161. When you get to the 43,430, you pay £161.87 per year, or £13.49 a month. So taking that into consideration, therefore the lowest average council tax, poorest in society being taxed less than any area of Great Britain, but as particularly we're talking about Wales, but we have 42.13% more being spent in council services per head of population. Would I like more? Yes. But being fair, we maintain our percentage of the Scottish budget. Got to say that I really didn't want to do today. I think I said that earlier on this week. I didn't want to do that, but it's been brought up again. It's when you hear the leader of the Labour group, who's got every right to make whichever speech he wants, sounded a wee bit more like a party political broadcast to me, and the suggestion that the leader of the opposition presents the administration's budget just may have got his picture in the paper, and it may have been Damocles Bissett turns to support nationalist budget, but you never know. I'm sure the Falkirk Herald could probably have put a better headline on it, but it was just, I've never heard of such a thing in any parliament anywhere that the opposition presents the administration. I think actually at one of the budget working groups, one of the Labour group actually did say that it's the responsibility of the administration to bring forward their budget. Well, from what Councillor Bissett's saying, had said today, obviously he believes it's the opposition's choice to do that. But wherever we are, it's a budget, and I think Malcolm had said to me a long time, there are certain parts in local government where we're not actually that far apart. I think going forward, I would like to probably see more consensual budgets. I would like us all to work constantly that way. I think it would be better for the people of Falkirk, and we could probably get better agreements when moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your input there. Very interesting indeed, Councillor Bowes. Now going to move, we've got a number, but we're going to have one more speaker and then we're going to break for lunch. That's the 3.5 hours up. So it's Councillor Goldie, then we're going to have, we've got another 3, it's Councillor Adana McHugh, Councillor Laura Murtagh and Councillor Paul Garner. So Councillor Goldie, you're the last one in before lunch. Thank you. You're mute, you need to, Councillor Goldie, you need to unmute.
I'm getting that excited listening about citizens in Wales, actually. But longevity gives me the right, Provost, to say that it's been a long, long day today. And really, you've got to think of the people outside. I know everybody's committed and everybody's trying to make their point. But if you think that the people of Falkirk want to know what the tax rates, council tax rates are in Wales, there's something far wrong. That doesn't take away from Mr. Bowes making his point. He's quite entitled to do that. The other thing I was thinking was that Malcolm and I, me being the longest serving and Malcolm next, the budgets used to take about an hour and a half a day, and we covered all the points. Again, it's good that people are getting involved. Whilst I've been sitting here, I've had a request. I was trying to find out all week, and I'm going to ask the person here that I think is best to answer it. Fiona Colley, and I totally support everybody's view on Fiona. Very professional, right on top of the case. So I didn't want to hit her with a googly, but I do understand. Maybe her or Patricia Castick could tell us. There's a great concern that Falkirk Infirmary is going to close, the old Falkirk Infirmary. And I would like to know if Fiona or Patricia Castick could advise us of that situation.
Maybe go to Patricia Cassidy on this one. Patricia.
Thank you, Provost. NHS Forth Valley decided at its board meeting at the end of November that due to an assessment of fire safety risk that we would pause admissions to Falkirk Community Hospital. And we have been working on that over the Christmas period and early in the new year. Because of demands across the whole system, we did recommend some admissions to the community hospital. This is just a temporary measure until the works begin, the remedial works to repair and strengthen some of the fire safety measures within the fabric of the building. There's been no decision to close the hospital. It's just a temporary measure at the moment. There are Unit 3 in the top floor is closed. Units 1 and 2 remain open and Unit 5 remains open at the moment. But we are pausing admissions in accordance with the NHS Forth Valley's decision. I hope that answered your question, Councillor Goldie.
Yep, yes it does, Patricia. Thanks very much for that. Thanks, Provost.
Okay, thank you. We're going to break for lunch. There's another 5 people wanting to speak. So I'll reconvene at 13:29. We'll reconvene in 30 minutes. Thank you very much, everybody. It's long and protracted, but I didn't think it was going to take that long.
Well, Billy, I see the top of your head. You see me?
Hi, Malcolm. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
How's the family?
Good, Billy. Thanks. Yeah, getting on fine.
I remember we're still live streaming. I'm not wanting you to give any family secrets away.
Oh no.
How's things abroad?
Good. Just obviously they're much further out of the COVID problems than what we are.
I know. I believe they're
It's
back
a
at the
bit- a bit
karaoke.
ironic.
Right. I'm going to mute myself for just now, Malcolm. I'll speak to you
Right.
later. Maybe give me a tinkle.
Okay, I will, Billy.
Just highlighting to my dog that I have no food on the table and to go away.
You should have said I would have brought you stuff up.
I know the feeling, Adana.
Okay, I'll get you on the food bank list.
I think we all feel in that way that I'm sure that doesn't matter. The public live stream knows that having tasked my youngest daughter with bringing me tea during the day, her duties have also been extended to making sure the cat doesn't do its usual during the meeting, getting the mail and answering the door and the phone for when the SEPA flood alerts come, so it doesn't just keep constantly ringing in the background.
Okay then, thank you very much, everybody. I hope you all enjoyed the break. We're now reconvening and going back to the revenue budget. We have a number of speakers still to speak. And the first one is Councillor Aurora Murtagh. Thank you, Councillor.
Thanks, Provost. I think Councillor McHugh and I are doing leapfrog in the queue, as it were, over who's speaking first here. Hopefully, you know, having had a break and coming back, we'll be able to progress quickly through this part of the agenda. And I know that everybody does want to have the chance to speak, but I know that some officers are probably losing the will to live, having to listen to us all. I think one of the things which strikes me, and you know, a lot has already been said, but it's that perhaps the public out there don't always, I'm sure we all get in our inquiry mailbags the comments about, well, what do we pay our council tax for if this is not happening, or, you know, particularly during the pandemic where we've had to reduce some services, we all used to the public asking us quite rightly to justify, you know, what it is that we service them for. And I think part of the problem is that when it comes to this sort of meeting and the really serious issues that are before us, perhaps we are, you know, not focusing on the vast amount of money that's actually spent and the huge variety of services that the council does provide, probably that most people don't actually realise that the council is responsible for. When you look, I'll just go in, it's one of the few papers that I do get printed, but when you look at the entirety of the pages in the council budget book, there's so much money that we are investing in our communities and spending, and yet the headlines get dominated by things which are about small amounts of cuts that aren't even happening at all. You know, the brown bins has been mentioned a number of times, and in none of our budgets and our proposals that the administrations or the oppositions are put forward are we proposing this, and yet that gets highlighted and put around social media as if it's a fait accompli, and we all have to deal with that. And I think that part of the problem for that is that we need to be a lot more responsible in how we are saying to the public, you know, this isn't about the small things that we are picking up on. We are spending a huge amount on investing in our communities, on so many things that are essential and critical, and that point that Fiona Colley was making really, really eloquently, in that the whole entirety of government spending, both across national spending and local government spending, is part of a team effort in lots and lots of interlinked things. And we know obviously through, you know, it's become very obvious to us in the course of the pandemic, through the spending on health and social care and on all the integration which we've had to bring together different streams, whether that's supporting our communities through delivery of food aid, fuel poverty, you know, business grants, all these things, whether local councils are delivering them or not, it's all part of one national effort, and inevitably national priorities and initiatives, and talked about early years, becoming deliverable by local councils obviously do get ring fenced. I think we need to take some responsibility for explaining that better to the public and not focusing on things being the politicking of cutting after cutting. I did feel dismay. I'm not gonna hide it, that people can say that they're not introducing politics into this debate. The mention of parliamentary inquiries in the context of government spending which are on really serious and important issues that are before a parliamentary committee of all members that are being considered, is not only inappropriate, it's just disrespectful to the issues that are involved in that, and the people that are involved in that too. And that I found really, really regrettable. And if that isn't politicking, I'm not sure what is. Also mentioning candidates' names in election, it's really, really unfortunate, and I think that is what does us a disservice. And that if the public are looking at all of us and seeing that those kind of things are entering into a debate and dominating a debate about the budget, then they're going to switch off from everything else, and they're going to switch off from actually what we are delivering. During the opposition moving their amendment, when Joan was seconding, she talked about it being like a game of two halves, and I think this is the problem, that it isn't a game, and unfortunately, as Councillor Bissett was saying, when it's saying it's not his job to understand how the national budget works, it's just and ask for what else needs to be taken out in order that local government is given more funding. It is all of our responsibility to understand how things interlink, be that through health and social care, be that what we're trying to do in early years, diverting therefore what we might need to spend in another way in another area of council spend. We do have to understand the strategy overall of how we are spending our money, what we are spending it on, and how that integrates. And just like other government departments will have to go to Kate Forbes and say, I would like to have some money in my department for transport for this particular element, and justify that to the Cabinet Secretary, and then put that against other projects. So too do we, and I would echo the comments that were made about Councillor Meiklejohn, that rather than grandstanding and putting some of these things out as some sort of, let's hold our government to account and let's ask them for more money, I know the tireless work that goes in behind the scenes to make it clear through the proper channels, through working channels at COSLA, and through demonstrable areas where we're saying, well, this is where the spend is needed and targeted in local government, and it isn't picked up elsewhere in this place or that place. And those are very, it's important that the public understand that is how it works. And I think I've got nothing but praise for the hard work of Councillor Meiklejohn and all colleagues who are going to government in those ways and making those points. And we can see that we do have a budget which is enabling us to support our communities, and we've frozen the council tax last week and had that welcome the news that that's going to be ring fenced in order that we can progress. So I think that when I'm looking, at what's proposed, and others have said it, there is very little difference, and as others have said as well, what Councillor Bissett was rhyming off in terms of the things which they want to protect. Well, yes, we want to protect them too, and I think that broadly the difference is that while we've all come together and this area of additional spend, and we've been talking about the fly tipping and the environmental enforcement, the extra investment in that. I had a tweet just in lunchtime about some of the fly tipping in the area that's here, that the public will very much understand that, and a great deal of thought and care has been put into how that will integrate with what else we're doing within the council. And it isn't that anybody would be against the concept of youth workers, although I think just wanted to say that our youth often get tagged with some of these things, perhaps unwarrantedly, that these things are put together, but it's that we are looking as a whole picture at how we support our young people, at how we support the different integration of mental health services, of what we've been doing throughout the whole year in different areas, that we've been changing the way that we're working through CLD and other things. And I think that it's not to put out that we're juxtaposing it's this choice versus another. If we work together and we integrate these proposals and we understand how they're working, there's no reason why those things can't be achieved overall. So I think I just want to express a little bit of disappointment that there has been some mention of some things which are really, really unfortunate and inappropriate in the budget speech. But I do hope that, given that there does seem to be a consensus in what we are investing this amount of money in going forward for the people of Falkirk, we will be able to pass this budget and get on with that job and be a bit more clear about what we are actually doing as a council and the vision and investment that we have as a council going forward.
Okay, thank you very much. I would touch on one part that you spoke about, was an issue that I had 82 emails on. I only had these emails on one area of the budget, and that was on the charges for the brown bin, just as you say. People were concerned because they had saw this on social media. And I'm sure that everybody here was getting emails saying, you better not be supporting that and all this, because that's what the people had sort of generated their situation on. Now we've got another.
Provost, with your indulgence, because you've mentioned that and brought it back, I think the point I'm making is that we need to be clear that when officers have, and I think it was I don't know if it was Councillor Nicholl that was saying, to Mr. Duff, not to bring that back again this year because next year, because it still would be supported. I think we also have to be clear with the public that how we are funded as a council. We have statutory duties to discharge, and those are the things which we must absolutely fund. And then we fund so many things over and above that because we all want to invest in our communities. But officers have a duty to put before us as councillors for our decision what we will fund and what we won't fund. And others presenting that as the administration are going to do this, and therefore both the name of Falkirk Council and all of us being presented as if this is something that's a fait accompli or Falkirk Council have gone and done that. It doesn't do the council or us any good, and we have to be clear with the public that this process happens every year where officers put things forward, and that's what the budget process is.
No. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that again. So it's now an opportunity for Councillor Alan Nimmo to speak.
Thanks very much, Provost. I don't think the settlement's fair. Far from it. There's big issues with the settlement in general. I agree totally with the leader of the council. The responsibility lies with the SNP Scottish Government for the lack of funding provided to this council, and the responsibility for implementing that lies with the SNP administration. It's already been said, Provost, that Labour has tried to make the best of a very bad deal imposed yet again by the SNP. Labour has tried its best to mitigate the cuts and protect jobs and the very important services that the council provides to the public out there. I really do have some serious misgivings and concerns sitting here today, witnessing what can only be described as yet another SNP austerity budget. This is the 14th year on the trot, £160 million later of cuts, and a further £70 million of cuts anticipated in the future. This year alone, we've been looking at a £24 million gap, which has been slashed from the council's budget. And yet the SNP will turn around and say that the council is fully funded. Now, the leader of the council has been quoted in saying that in the past. And you've got to ask yourself, really? Fully funded? It just beggars belief. And this has already been mentioned, Provost. 500 jobs lost in the last 10 years thanks to the SNP budget cuts. Instigated in Edinburgh, as I said, and carried out here in Falkirk by the SNP administration. Members of the public were asking recently, during the heavy snow, why the streets and pavements weren't getting gritted or cleared. That's easy. It's down to the SNP budget cuts. They were asking why there's so much rubbish lying about. Answer, quite simply again, SNP budget cuts. You only need to take a walk around the Falkirk Stadium, and anybody that's done that recently, the litter and rubbish that's lying about there is just a total and utter disgrace and an embarrassment. How do you expect to attract tourists when they're getting out their cars in the car park and seeing all this litter lying about? Again, SNP budget cuts. There's no other answer for it. Now, this has been mentioned already as well, and I hate repeating things, but I think we all know that the Westminster government pass on cuts to the Scottish government. But for the SNP to turn around and decimate council budgets by an even greater amount is immoral, to say the least. Especially when you look at the type of essential jobs and services that Falkirk Council actually provides. And I'm sure that the administration has already used this argument regarding the additional money that's received from the Scottish Government, and there's been talk about it being ring-fenced. I don't have a problem with the investment. The money's welcome. It's the fact that it's ring-fenced and restricted, and that the council has absolutely no say over how that is used. in future years, Provost, that the public will not need a council to run things, because if it's left to the SNP in the coming years, there'll be nothing left to manage. Now, can I just pick up on a point that Councillor Hughes made? And here's just a very quick analysis for his benefit. The main issue is the lack of funding coming from the Scottish Government. That is what is causing all the debate here today. I've been a councillor for 14 years, and I've never known anything except SNP cuts. It's about time we started to act proactively and invest instead of cut. It's just not acceptable, and the public won't accept it. Thanks, Provost.
Thank you. Before we bring in our next speaker, I'll go to Councillor Meiklejohn. I believe she's a 19-1.
Yes, Provost. I would wish to correct an inaccurate statement. And well, there's a number of inaccurate statements in what Councillor Nimmo said there, but one in particular talked about the SNP losing 550 jobs. There are 550 jobs that have gone through voluntary severance. That's where people actively wish to leave the authority. That was over 10 years. So I think they need to look at their own term in office, where the majority of those jobs actually disappeared from, and not necessarily apportion blame. What we have done under a ring-fenced policy initiative by the Scottish Government, enhanced at early years, where we've employed 460 new early years workers. So I think we should really be proud of that, and that is how we look to modernise our council and minimise the loss of jobs. I'll leave the rest, because the rest of the rhetoric, I think people will take it and see it for what it is.
Well, you have an opportunity when summing up, Councillor Meiklejohn, to pick any points. It's Councillor Dana McHugh now. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost.
Provost, I'm sorry, but I did put a 19-1 in after Councillor Meiklejohn. I don't know if you've picked that up.
No, I never picked anything up for you. I would just, what's the 19-1?
Well, can I just clarify something as well? When the Labour group was in administration previously,
no, it's the 19-1. We've got to stick to the. What's the 19-1?
Well, what Councillor Meiklejohn isn't technically correct. What she said.
She never mentioned your name.
Okay, we'll take that. I'll take some cognizance to that and come back to Councillor Nimmo. Councillor McHugh, you've been waiting a long time. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. And I have been waiting a long time, and I wasn't actually planning to say anything today, because as has already been alluded to, our budgets are both almost identical. But there has been things mentioned this morning that I feel I need to comment on, but it would definitely be rude of me at this point not to mention our education services within children's services, and thank every single officer, every single member of staff, and every child and every family that are involved in our children's services, because we have been under horrendous time, and I think amicably our officers have worked tirelessly to try and smooth and mitigate all that we've been under at this time. Now, ring fencing, there seems to be a bit of an argument going on whether ring fencing is a good thing or not such a good thing. In my experience, I think ring fencing is an excellent option. Being a Falkirk Council employee within early years for over 25 years, and being under Labour-led administration at a time when they were when we were closing nurseries, and being part of a nursery that's in the heart of a community that fought tooth and nail to keep that nursery open, I can now welcome that Woodburn Day Nursery will have a brand new nursery in that place by August of this year, due to ring fencing. The ELCC ring fencing money has produced things that we would never have been able to provide if that money wasn't ring fenced. Not only are we producing new buildings, providing excellent care and education for our young people, we're also providing through ring fencing money for food for these children, and money for support for the whole families going forward, as you can see in the reports that we bring to the Education Exec. As far as ring fencing then takes the power out of the council, I totally disagree with that. We all know that when the money is sent then to the councils, it's us then that has to ensure that that money is spent wisely in the area that it's meant for. And we can see, even through another good example of the EALCC, that's the early years, that the report has been brought to the Education and Young People's Committee every single time we meet, and we make a decision on that every single time. And I've been very involved in the road that we've got to this so far. So I am well pleased with ring fencing. Can I also say PEF money? For those that don't know what PEF money is, it's a pupil equity fund. Now, that money, if it hadn't been ring fenced, would that money have went to there? So often in the past, in my experience, you know, we put forward money, but then further down the road, oh, we're short for that service, so we'll just dip into that money, but we'll put it back later, and that money is never returned. Those things that we plan to do in the future never get done. Ring fenced money, the money is there and the money gets done. The thing I really wanted to focus on was our young people's mental health, and the ring-fenced money that has been put in to produce a brand new service for our young people in Falkirk Council. Just short of £500,000 every year on year from now on, will go into providing a service for the mental health of our young people right across the community. Ring-fenced money that Falkirk Council are then looking at, producing a new service and bringing forward with our discussion and with our decisions. So how we can say that we are not part of any ring-fenced money is deluded to me.
Okay.
I'd like to say, no, that's fine. Okay, thank you. I've taken up enough time and I know it's been a very long day. Thanks, Provost.
No, I would just like to confirm that I think we're all supportive of the education and the staff, the wonderful work they've been doing under all these circumstances. And yeah, you highlight once again, which we're all really concerned about, is the mental health situation in all our communities at all age groups. Now, we have two further speakers. We're going back to Councillor Garner, who had an opportunity to come back in after he seconded the leader's motion. Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Provost. And can I just say there has been some excellent input from some of my colleagues and some people from the Conservative group, James Kerr's Conservative group, I think. I'm just going to go back to something earlier on, and it was when Councillor McCluckie was in his shadow environment spokesperson. I'd assumed they would have actually asked the questions of officers prior to making decisions on some of the budget lines that were in place. In relation to the charging for the replacement bins, any bins destroyed by a council vehicle or any bins that are go missing because of any criminal aspects, they will be replaced free of charge. That is there, the officers have said that, and that is why we accepted that. If we now go to the fund for fly tipping, which was mentioned as well, this fund would be used to cover disposal and clearance of fly tip materials and to implement measures to prevent the reoccurrence of fly tipping on ground not owned by the council. As was said, this fund would help alleviate the concerns and frustration of residents and the lots of community groups out there who are doing a sterling job when fly tipping is reported and not cleared by the council, and would help to improve and maintain our local communities. This would enable swift clearance where landowners cannot easily or readily be traced, subject to land search, as Mr. Duff mentioned earlier as well, as land has been sold on or records outdated. We also, in our budget line, was funding for 2 additional environment enforcement officers, and extra funding for these officers within the strategy team would not only put additional resources into the enforcement of litter and dog fouling and fly tipping, which is most welcome, but also be a valuable resource in supporting community groups to help themselves and assist in litter educational programmes within the schools, which we all know is extremely important going forward. And to go into, I think it was Councillor Nimmo, and it was a bit of a deja vu I felt there from the executive meeting, which seems a long time ago, but it was only 2 days ago now, I believe. And it was the figures that he came out with in relation to the fines or the fixed penalty notices going about. So the fixed penalty notices are for 2020. There was 132 in total handed out. In Labour's last administration term, in the last year of that, there was 10. 132 to 10, and yet they come on saying there's not enough in our administration, which I find quite bizarre. And also in relation to, I'm not sure who it was, I think it was Councillor Nimmo again, and I did mention this at the executive the other day as well, in relation to he talks about the street cleansing. Street cleansing has been reduced in the past 6 years, and it's been reduced by the equivalent of 16 full-time posts. But the strange thing is, only 3 of them have fell within the last 4 years. 13 of them were under the Labour administration. So yet again, I find it quite strange that he's bringing it up. And just to conclude, Provost, because we have went on a long time on this, which I didn't expect. Councillor Reid earlier on says why couldn't we have supported his budget? We're the administration. Why couldn't his group do as other councils around the country do and support our budget as the Conservative group done? I just find that also quite strange to work out. And lastly, Councillor Bissett mentioned his budget and called it a people's budget. I tell you, I'd call it, Provost, it's a copy and paste budget. It's a copy and paste budget of the administration budget. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you very much for your input. Excuse me. Who was it speaking there? Councillor Bissett and then Councillor Nimmo. Just like to say to Councillor Gardner that there's been a lot of people that have stated quite clearly the support they've had for all these services in the council, and quite rightly so. Because I say at this stage that I've been wonderfully taken by the tremendous work that's been done with Douglas Gardner and his team, and also the work that the men have went through down at the Rough Mute. They've actually experienced horrendous difficulties with people abusing them, etc. And I would just like to take this opportunity to thank them for the wonderful work they're doing. Obviously, I would say to you at this particular stage, Councillor Gardner, that we had tremendous problems the last time because of the traffic situation, and I'm just hoping that everything's going to be resolved before we go into the sort of the summertime when it's going to get really busy. But other than that, they've done a wonderful job.
Provost, can I come in really quickly on that? And I thank you for that.
Hold on, Councillor Bissett.
Thank you, Provost. And I will pass your, if it's okay with you, I'll pass on your regards to Douglas and the team. They have done a sterling job here. Just for a point of information for yourself in relation to figures for Roughmute and Kinneil. The year before lockdown, the last year, there was 150,000 vehicles visited the both recycling centres. That has now went up to 250,000 in the past year, an increase of 100,000. And the thing is here, is the tonnages actually went down in that time. So for whatever reason, people are going to the tip more often and with less stuff in their vehicles, which it's meant to be essential journeys only, and it's maybe used for that. So that's maybe how some of the problems have arisen. But the workers there have had done a tremendous job. And a figure of 250,000, a rise of 100,000 vehicles is incredible.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Bissett, would you want to come in?
I think I get offence at Councillor Gardner's point, a copy and paste budget. I'll tell you, if anybody's copy and pasted the budget, you've copy and pasted the Labour budget.
Right. Councillor Bissett, Councillor Bissett, that's Councillor Bissett, sorry.
I didn't say I would move the SNP budget. I'd say I'd move Labour's budget, and we could get support for other groups, which didn't happen. It was rejected.
Okay, that point's taken. Thank you. I'll go back. I think Councillor Nimmo had his hand up as well. Did you? For what reason, sir?
Well, it's just in relation to Councillor Gardner's comments I was mentioned.
On what? Just tell us what the problem is.
Well, he quoted various figures.
Which figures, but he wasn't being disrespectful towards you. If you just hold on a second, Councillor Nimmo. Mr. Moody, would you like to read out what the correct definition is of that? 19.1.
Yes, thank you, Provost. This may be helpful for our members just to have a reminder that 19.1 is intended for personal explanations. It's intended if you have spoken and someone has then misunderstood or misinterpreted what you've said, or they are personally accusing you of a misdemeanor or saying that you did something which you haven't done. It isn't intended as being a further follow-up disagreeing with what the previous speaker has said. So it's set out as it is in the standing orders, Provost.
Councillor Aitchison.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. Probably a question for Patricia with regards to care at home, and in this instance I'm meaning care within people's homes, not within a care home. It's obviously, as you stated earlier, it's important that people are within their own home for their own well-being and things. Can you tell me how, over the last couple of years, how the staffing for this service has gone, and how many people are actually supported through this from a private care organisation, please?
Thank you, Councillor Aitchison. I don't have the figures tipping off the top of my head. I think Martin is on this in this meeting as well, and he may. We've got quite a detailed paper going to our Integration Joint Board meeting next week. We've been doing a review of our care at home service. We have still delivered a substantial amount of hours, but also commission an increasing number of external hours, and there's a paper which has been worked on with our staff and our trade union colleagues, which we presented to the Integration Joint Board next week, about future proposals for that service and how we maybe specialise the areas of care that we provide through that internal service. I can certainly give you more information offline. The papers should be published for tomorrow for the board, but I don't have the figures off the top of my head. I don't know if Martin is on the line, if he's able to give that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Is Martin online? No.
No. So obviously, can I just obviously if there's quite a few private care, not a few, there's quite a lot private care organisations providing services for people within their home. Now, obviously, taking nothing away from all these people who have provided a sterling service over the last year, absolutely tremendous service. But these organisations are financially finding it difficult, and they're probably quite fluid, and I don't think they always provide a longevity service.
I think Martin's on the line. Martin, do you want to come in with anything for Councillor Aitchison? Is he there? Patricia, we'll come back to you then.
Yeah, it's just to add that in the next 12 months, we will be reviewing our tender. We tender on a 3-year basis for our care at home contracts and commission with our providers. Councillor Aitchison is right. They have provided a really sterling service and have helped us increase the care provision. As you'll be aware, as with the rest of the population, a significant number of our staff have been either shielding or have been isolating, or indeed they've experienced COVID during the last few months. And if we didn't have that mixed economy, we would have really struggled to continue to deliver safe care. So over the next 12 months, we'll be bringing papers to the Integration Joint Board, but also to the Council on the future commissioning of that care at home and also the role of our internal service. Thanks.
Okay then. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Provost. I've got 2 questions, but the first one I think, is going back to Patricia again about the IGIV. Patricia, if you could go to page 26. I see you've done your savings, which is excellent. If the non-residential fees do get stopped with adult social care, to which we already receive, and plus we were going to put them up by approximately 2%, how would that affect your savings?
Right, Patricia, you're mute.
Thank you. I don't know if Gillian wants to come in and answer that. Gillian?
Gillian?
Thanks, Patricia. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we would expect to receive a corresponding allocation from the Scottish Government to offset the impact of the loss of income as a result of any abolition of charges, similar to what happened when prescription charges were abolished. So that's our working assumption at the moment.
Okay.
Yes, thanks. Provost, one more question that I don't know if maybe Councillor Gardner can help us here. It's regards to encouraging street litter picking, for example. Our community council in Bonnybridge wanted to do a litter pick, and they got in touch with me to get my opinions because of the pandemic. I got in touch with Mr. Gardner, you know, the Waste Services, Douglas, and his reply was that we give the litter picks and the black bags and all this kind of stuff, that at the moment the council are not encouraging it because it would then, the locals wouldn't be keeping their 2 metres, and then we might a crowd gathering, for example, at the community centre to with the starting point. And as the Times at the moment, he was saying that the council are not encouraging litter picks. Has that changed? Does the portfolio holder know?
We'll go to Douglas. Go to Douglas Duff in that first. Douglas, just for the guidelines.
The guidelines are clearly that there is a concern about social distancing. We have to make sure that that is properly exercised, and that relates to our own workforce as well as any volunteers. There are instances where people are able to do some work so long as the social distancing is in place and where it doesn't involve use of vehicles, use of accommodation, that kind of thing. Councillor Gardner may be more up-to-date information. He's very close to this.
Yeah,
but certainly that's my understanding.
Yeah,
Okay,
more than happy to come in this, Provost.
Come in.
Yeah, thanks for that, David. We are encouraging people to do litter picks around their area more now than ever, because some of the services have had to be reduced because it's not deemed as essential work, but they have to stay within their own bubble. We're not keen on, we're certainly not encouraging groups to go out, but we're keen on individuals or couples or families going out and doing their own area. And the council have been very supportive of this happening. They've been very supportive in my area, they're very supportive in Grangemouth, Hall Glen, could name a few, Larbert, and they're doing everything they can to support these groups by giving them equipment if they need it, and also by going round and picking up the bags when they've done that as well. I know just last weekend the council leader, Councillor Meikle-John, was out with our young grandson, I think, doing her bit as well around her area. So yeah, we are encouraging it, David, and say thanks to the group, and if they need any information, they know where I am.
Thank you for that. Go back right to Councillor Meikle-John for winding up. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Provost. Can you hear me? I've had a bit of a technical issue. Right, yeah. Thank you. I will keep this brief because we have had a long debate. Not much of it, I have to say, has been directly related to the budget. We've talked more about the Scottish Parliament and the Scottish budget than we have about our own, which is a bit disappointing. And hearing some comments from the leader of the Labour group about not politicking and then having an outing of their candidate is beggars belief to do that in a budget meeting. And I'm disappointed because I've got a lot of respect for Alison, particularly as a politician, and I thought that she would have been a wee bit more discreet in that and understanding what the role that we have here. And I wish her well in her campaign. We've worked hard to produce a budget that we feel has mitigated the impacts.
I never mentioned anything at all about politics.
Pardon.
I was not political at all in my speech.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, to take that back, please.
Well, yeah, you made lots of comments around the Scottish Parliament and the elections, but that's by the by. I'm summing up.
Mentioning not mentioning an election.
I think there were several mentions by many of your colleagues, and one of your colleagues did very blatantly mention your candidacy. And there's a time and a place for that, and I don't think that in a council budget meeting that is best placed there. But I have to say that we could have come to a consensus budget had the Labour group been willing to come to the table, and I was asked on many occasions if they would consider doing that. And that's what we're looking to achieve, because that's what our communities deserve right now. When they've had such a hard time, they don't want to see division. They want to see that collective leadership from us all. And well, we have come with budgets with very little of difference. Had we been able to have that discussion prior to actually on the day, then we could have probably have met a consensus, and one that every one of the political parties could have got behind, and would have made a real difference going forward, particularly to those looking inward. And I think that will be noted as we go in towards our best value review. Just a little example of where we could have actually have reached a consensus that would have prevented some of what the Provost talked about as the emails around the brown bins. If we'd been able to get round the table and be quite clear on things, we would have been able to have put a clear statement out to our communities that that's not one that we were going to consider taking collectively, rather than making it party political. Again, and I know that Councillor Nimmo's jumping up and down because he couldn't get back in and have a go over the numbers around the voluntary severance. But if he'd read the report that went to the executive, he would have seen the figures in the report. And if you look at when the SNP came into administration in Falkirk Council, between 2018 and 2020, there were 62 voluntary severance, with an additional ones from this year. That comes nowhere near to the 550. And in the last 10 years, the bulk of those voluntary severance were prior to the SNP's administration. So I think just doing a wee bit of checking is helpful before you actually bring things into the chamber. Disappointing we've not got a consensus, but I have to give credit to the Conservative group. They've understood minority politics and managed to maintain their anonymity, their own political anonymity, and allowed the SNP to do the same. They recognise that there's the ability to actually get something very positive for our communities by coming together and agreeing a budget, giving the council stability, giving the council a way forward, one that they can go into their communities and campaign on, as can the SNP. And the Labour Party, they'll go and campaign on it because it was their budget. Reality is, it was the SNP budget as an administration we put forward. That is our responsibility. And if you wanted that responsibility, then you should have taken up the administration in 2017 after the council elections. Unfortunately, you weren't the largest group. You didn't have the ability to do that. But the SNP said, we'll take on that mantle, and we know that we have to work that much harder to get anything over the line. And we will continue to do that and do the best for the people of Falkirk. And I just wish the other parties would get round the table and recognise that working collectively, we can all get something positive out of this, rather than just having a good kicking and the hatred and the just sheer passion that is against the SNP. And yeah, you normally think the SNP and Labour Party would be of a similar mind, and we are, because we've seen that in the budgets today. But it's that prevents actually something very constructive coming out of this. So I really do hope that we can move forward, and we can move forward collectively and actually start to make a difference in our communities. Thank you, Provost.
To the vote, Mr. Moody.
Yes, thank you, Provost. The motion is moved by Councillor Meiklejohn and seconded by Councillor Garner, and the motion has been circulated to members, against which there is an amendment also circulated, which is moved by Councillor Bissett and seconded by Councillor Coombs. Provost Buchanan.
Amendment.
Deputy Provost Ritchie.
Provost, sorry, Mr. Moody, could you maybe come back to Councillor Ritchie? I know that she's not been too well, And I don't know whether she's maybe managed to stay with us this afternoon.
She's coming in just now, Cecil.
Deputy Provost Ritchie.
Look, it's no working.
No, we can hear you.
Oh, can you hear me? Right,
We can hear you.
Motion.
Thank you. Councillor Aitchison.
Amendment.
Councillor Alexander.
Motion.
Councillor Balfour.
The motion.
Apologies, Councillor Balfour, I didn't hear that. Could you state again?
Yeah, for the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Binney.
Motion.
Councillor Bissett.
Amendment.
Councillor Black.
Amendment.
Councillor Blackwood.
Amendment.
Councillor Bowes.
Motion.
Councillor Coleman.
Motion.
Councillor Colley.
Motion.
Councillor Coombs.
Amendment.
Councillor Flynn.
Motion.
Councillor Garner.
Motion.
Councillor Goldie.
Amendment.
Councillor Grant.
Motion.
Councillor Harris.
For the motion.
Councillor Hughes.
For the motion.
Councillor Kerr.
For the motion.
Councillor McHugh.
For the motion.
Councillor McCluskey.
Amendment.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
For the motion.
Councillor Monroe.
The motion.
Councillor Murtagh.
For the motion.
Councillor Nicholl.
For the motion.
Councillor Nimmo.
Amendment.
Councillor Patrick.
For the motion.
Councillor Reid.
Amendment.
And Councillor Spears.
Motion.
Provost, there are 20 votes for the motion. There are 10 votes for the amendment. The motion is carried.
Okay, thank you for that. That was a very open and frank discussion. We're now on to item 4 on your agenda. It's the Capital Strategy 2021-22, 2025-26, and it's pages 213 to 239. And the report is by Mr. Smale. Thank you, Mr. Smale.
Thank you very much, Provost. Provost, can I firstly acknowledge the work of Amanda Templeman and our capital team in preparing both this and the subsequent related report on the agenda. So as to the capital strategy, this is a document that various codes of practice now require the council to prepare, and it serves a very positive and useful purpose of providing a framework for consideration of the capital programme, which of course follows next on the agenda. The council must ensure that its capital investment plans are affordable, prudent and sustainable, and in consequence there's a very close and obvious linkage with the revenue budget and the medium-term financial plan. There's also linkage with the considerable number of important documents, plans and strategies that are set out in paragraph 4.1, the various bullets there. I'm not proposing to go into any detail in the strategy, Provost, so I'll just bring you back to the recommendation at 2.1, which invites council to approve the strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smale. We'll go straight to the leader, Councillor Meiklejohn.
Thank you, Provost. We have, again, I think there's a huge amount of work going into the capital strategy, and I think the layout and the format is made it easy to understand and something that could be considered a technical or a dry document for members. But I think it has been presented in an easy to read version as best we can for such a strategy. And I would agree with Mr. Smale, and that thanks to those that were involved in pulling that together. We have a very ambitious capital programme, and that needs to be managed appropriately, and that's what our capital strategy is designed to do, and is to give that high level overview on how our expenditure and financing thereof and our treasury management aligns with the council's key priorities and corporate plan priorities, and therefore to flow through into our service provision. And having reviewed that recently, then it makes sense that our capital strategy also needs to be reviewed in order to be able to support our capital programme. It has to ensure that what we have is realistic and affordable and able to accord with our medium-term financial plan. It's therefore important that it is reviewed regularly and realigned, taking into account what's coming over the horizon in order to manage the demand and resources. We have to always keep one eye to what's coming in front of us. I just wish that we'd been able to predict where we are today, having had the impacts of the pandemic over the last year, but in reality that's not always the case, and we have to do our best we can, and that's what we need to do. And again, that's what our auditors are telling us. We need to be keeping one eye on what is coming over the horizon and starting to plan for that. I think we have a good, robust capital strategy, and I would move that we approve the strategy as in the papers. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you very much. Have you got a seconder?
Happy to second, Provost, reserving the right.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Now go to Councillor Bissett. Councillor Bissett.
Yeah. Thank you, Provost. I would also like to thank Brian Smale and his team, and particular thanks to Amanda Templeman for pulling this together, and thank the directors for their input, for all the questions that we had around capital and projects. Provost, we have seen no increase in capital budget this year. In fact, across Scotland there has been a reduction of 169 million in capital for council, and therefore we are proposing to borrow 30 million to fund existing and new capital projects. Clearly this borrowing will have an impact on the revenue budget.
Robert, sorry to interrupt, but I think you're maybe talking to the capital programme rather than the strategy.
Yeah, it's item 4, Councillor Bissett, the capital strategy, pages 213 to 239.
Okay. Provost, I don't think I've too much to say in that. Really, I think we would agree that.
Okay, that's perfect. Councillor Kerr?
Same here, Provost. We appreciate the hard work that Brian and the team for bringing the capital strategy programme forward has worked tirelessly to do that, and appreciate the hard work that has been done.
Okay then. So has everybody agreed to the recommendation contained within the report? We can move on.
Agreed.
Agreed. Hold on. Who? Councillor Reid, I believe you wanted in there. Councillor Reid. You can please carry on.
Sorry about that. I'm not sure if the point I'm going to raise covers this item or the next item.
Well, if you could tell us what it is, then we'll check with officers.
Well, a fundamental part of the strategy was that we would use some of the council tax to raise capital funding. But because there's been no inflationary increase this year, a spanner has been thrown into the works. Now, I would have thought that was strategies, but I'm happy to abide by whatever decision you make, Provost, regarding which item it's
Well,
raised.
I'm like you, we'll take some advice from the professionals. Mr. Smale, what do you suggest for this one?
Provost, it legitimately is a point pertaining to both the strategy report where it's mentioned, but more precisely perhaps in the draft programme that we're about to go into. So it bridges both.
Okay, well, I think we'll just leave it to the next item, Councillor Reid. You
Okay,
have an
agreed.
opportunity to come back.
Yes,
Okay.
agreed, Provost. Thank you.
So has everybody agreed to the recommendation?
Agreed.
Agreed. This is on to agenda item 5, which could be a lengthy debate. So at this particular moment, I'm going to give everybody a 10-minute comfort break. Thank you very much. Start in 1 minute. Okay. Yep.
Provost, are you there?
I'm here.
Provost, just to say that Councillor Ritchie has had to go. As I say, she's kind of done her best, but she's got very tired. So just to put in her apologies.
Will do. I hope she's better soon. Thank you.
And Provost, Councillor Nimmo lost his Wi-Fi, and he's going to try, if it doesn't, he reset his router to see if he can maybe get back in. But if he can't, he'll try and dial in. So if he's no there, that's why.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, then we're ready to reconvene. Everybody, thank you very much. This takes us to item 5 in your agenda, 5-year General Fund Capital Programme, 221-22, 2025-26. And it's pages 240 to 286 in your agenda. And once again, we'll be asking Mr. Smale to do the report. Thank you, Mr. Smale.
Thank you, Provost. So the General Services Capital Programme provides investment proposals for all services other than council housing, which has already been approved by council in January. Over the 5 years, the programme, as it's currently positioned, contains ambitious investment proposals amounting to over 300 million. Section 4.1 deals with the resources part, and they're summarised at the table at para 4.1.1. And I think it'll be pretty evident that the main elements therein are the prudential borrowing and capital grant. One thing that is different from last year, and just picks up the intervention by the councillor just before we started, Councillor Reid, just before we started the item, and that this year we don't have open to us, as we did last year, the capacity to harness the inflationary element of council tax, which allowed us in last year's equivalent budget to lever in investment capacity in the order of 24 million. It's not available for this particular budget, but hopefully it will re-emerge for future budgets, and that may well be something that you want to come back to. Section 4.2 of the report turns then, having considered resources, to the investment proposals financed by these resources. And again, as with the revenue budget, the importance of Council of the Future and transformation are highlighted, in particular at para 4.2.2. The examples of major projects in each service is provided, as well as, of course, the unique TIF element in the overall mix. In section 4.4, we note the additional prudential borrowing of 25 million, and effectively that's a replacement resource for the lack of capacity on the council tax inflationary element. The figures are almost identical. We listed Appendix 3 projects which are not included in the programme at this point due to resource constraints. And the significant projects in this category, i.e. not in the programme, are set out by services in paras 4.4.4 through to 4.4 0.8. I think that probably serves the purpose, Provost, of giving an overview of the detailed spend proposals which sit behind it. And I would just bring back to the recommendations, the 3 recommendations at section 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smale, once again. I'll go straight to the leader, Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you, Provost, and recognising that it is late in the afternoon, I will do my best to keep this as succinct and as short as possible, as has Mr. Smale in his preamble. Again, thanks to officers for the time they've taken across the services and helping us to pull together the rolling capital programme, but also to look into the other projects that we're going to bring forward today. But we do have an ambitious capital programme of investment of over 300 million over the next 5 years, and the people of Falkirk deserve to have such an ambitious programme, as that will be what will help stimulate our economy and help us in coming through the residual phases of the pandemic and get us back to where we need to be. And we also have the addition into that of the TIF, which is 67 million, as well as investment in council housing, which was agreed in January. Within that, we have one of our key priorities is tackling climate change and carbon emissions, with a target to get to net zero by 2030. Councils are a key driver and a catalyst, having the ability to influence through action and policy, with investment programmes that the council will direct in excess of 117 million, as I previously indicated. But that is so far. But further investment will be required to supplement the capital programme going forward, if we're to meet our target. Therefore, there's a need to ensure we have projects ready in order to take advantage of other funding streams, as well as community participation to help change behaviours. We also have a number of large commitments, like Grangemouth flood defences, the largest project in the country, sitting at 387 million, with the council share of 77 million. Size and scale of this project and the national importance of the subject of ongoing discussion with government about how that is going to be funded, as there's a disproportionate impact on the council if the current funding formula is maintained. Other large investment projects such as Succeed Today, Excel Tomorrow and Connected Falkirk, the initial investment in those at the time was very fortuitous, as it put us in a good place to be able to support our young people and communities through a difficult time, enabling them to stay connected throughout the pandemic. There is, however, a need to look at the longer term sustainability and identify other streams that will be able to support that programme going forward. Our rolling capital programme is aligned with our corporate priorities and to our transformation programme, and will indeed support our economic recovery plan. Such investment as ICT to enable new ways of working, and the new HQ and replacement town hall, strategic property review, as well as the ongoing commitment to support new intermediate care facilities and the allocation of capital funding to the community trust, with the work that's ongoing within the SPR, the outcome of which will help to determine where the investment's best served. Much of this will align with the national approach to the place-based investment, and that again should put us in a position to seek matched funding or various funding streams to support the work that we're doing in our capital programme. There are, however, several further pressing needs for capital investment, which has currently gone beyond the resources that are available. Appendix 3 details a number of what is considered to be essential projects that are required either to support the transformation of our services or are critical in supporting our communities. Therefore, the administration will be supporting the suite of projects that are considered essential within the capital programme. I would also indicate the conclusion of some additional projects which will support the council's priorities and objectives, demonstrating that we are a listening council. Right now, it's important for our communities to be able to see something tangible and as a sense of moving forward and hope for the future. Therefore, over and above the 25 million of essential projects, we would propose the following. To continue the programme of changing places toilets over the next 2 years. This was initiated a number of years ago, and we want to make our council area as inclusive and accessible to as many people as possible, making Falkirk more attractive, not just to live, but to also visit. A critical project is the DEAR, the Denny Eastern Access Road, and while we are still in negotiations around the CPO, there are some additional costs associated to that and enabling works that are required in order to take that forward as quickly as possible once agreements are reached. The strategic property review has been ongoing for some time, and we are having some good conversations with our communities around what they need and the council assets. We're therefore seeking a more equal partnership and relationship with our communities, which will take time to build. We know there's a need to rationalise our buildings, but in doing so, we need to be able to give something back. Therefore, as we reach agreements on what investment may be needed, we can act swiftly to be able to deliver something with each of our localities, such as creating a community hub in each of our locality areas, or an example would be further investment in Bowness Library to allow a wider range of activity and services that will help retain the footfall within the town centre, or investment in Braes High School to create community area and better access, or the relocation of Slamanan Library to the community centre. These are all just suggestions and not firm projects, as the projects will become established as a result of the conversations, but it will give some depth to the discussions and confidence to our communities that we will do what we say we're going to do. This will fit well, as already said, with the National Place-Based Strategy, and indeed may enable that pot of 3 million funding, which we want to put in, to be enhanced further as matched funds from other external funding streams become available. So therefore, 3 million over 3 years to support the development of 3 community locality hubs and community facilities. We currently have 25 modular changing facilities. A number of pavilions across the council area in varying states of disrepair. Some are unusable and have no hot or cold running water or working showers. Outdoor sports are to be encouraged, and we have a significant number of junior as well as men's football teams across the district. I apologise, men's and women's football teams across the district. We want to put greater emphasis on getting outdoors and taking place in physical activity, and therefore there will be greater emphasis post-COVID on having clean, fit for purpose facilities as we come out the other side. Therefore, I'm proposing a 2 million pot to be spent over 5 years in a programme of upgrading and replacing changing facilities. We also look to address the ongoing difficulties at Waterslap, where there's flooding, and at Snabbrae and Bowness for road safety works. In pushing the boundaries of our climate change agenda, we would also look to invest 600,000 towards a vehicle replacement programme to initiate the phasing out of diesel vehicles to be replaced by electric and hydrogen operated vehicles, contributing to reducing our carbon emissions and improving our environment. This additional spend will augment the rolling programme with the projects that will see tangible investment for all our communities across the district, and would urge members to support the capital programme with the additional proposals be delivered through additional potential borrowing. And I do believe that Brian or Jack have a full copy of the amendment, which I'm happy that that be circulated. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you very much, Councillor Meikle-John. I think it's been circulated as we speak. Is that one? That's gone now. Have you got a seconder for your motion?
Hi, Provost, it's Councillor Gardner again. Yes, happy to second the motion, and I'm assuming there's possibly going to be a recess, so I'll come in after the recess if that's okay with yourself.
That's fine, sir. Thank you.
Provost, I've got a doctor's appointment at 4:30. I thought it might have been finished by this time, but I do have to go to the appointment.
Okay, sir, I appreciate that. I'm going to bring in, obviously, that's on screen, you can have a look. We'll wait now on Councillor Bissett coming forward, see if there's an amendment. And then if that's moved and seconded, we'll do the same as we did the last time. The two of them will be on screen. There'll be an opportunity then for members to go in their groups and have a look and discuss and come back. Councillor Bissett.
Thanks, Provost. I've got the right report this time, and we do have an amendment.
Yeah, fine.
Provost, I too would like to thank Mr. Swale and his team, and particularly Amanda Templeman, who's, I know she's done a great deal of work on this, and I'd like to thank the directors for their input and sharing schemes and all the rest of the stuff. And we've had in-depth discussions about a position that again is so it's a capital programme that we worked on, Provost. So Provost, we have seen no increase in our capital budget this year. In fact, across Scotland, there's been a reduction of 169 million in capital for councils, and therefore we are proposing borrowing 30 million to fund existing and new capital projects. Clearly, this borrowing will have an impact on the revenue budget, but we are faced with stark choices: borrow or significantly reduce the capital programme, that in turn would affect potential savings and transformation of the council and have an effect on the people that we serve. Our capital programme will build on the rolling capital programme that was passed in 2020-21 and developed over the course of the year. There is a specific capital grant of 13.8 million for Grangemouth flood protection. However, the resources ultimately can only be used for that purpose. The overall scheme is estimated to be around 387 million, and it is not affordable without significant Scottish Government financial support. So let's hope that comes forward, Provost, along with the investment zone money. That would make a significant difference to Grangemouth. Provost, our proposals that will be investing in the following schemes. Cemeteries will invest 2.752 million in cemeteries. This includes new cremators, deteriorating headstones, external works, and additional interment space. Investment of 5.366 in various IT projects necessary to bring about digital transformation to improve council services and the way we connect with the public. Connected Falkirk and social work being two examples. We will invest in extensions to 5 schools to alleviate capacity issues, and that's up to a value of £1 million. And these are Kinnaird, Denny, Larbert High School, Madison and Westwater Primary Schools. Buyback of secondary schools, PPP, 4.9 million. Strategic property review, 1.048 million. Climate change, we will invest 10.5 million in that, Provost. And I think, as I said earlier, it's a climate change, the greatest existential threat to mankind, and we really need to be tackling this. And I was glad to hear Councillor Meikle-John talk about her proposal for electric vehicles. And I think we'll see a change in climate change policy over the next year. And I don't think there's a councillor in the place that isn't behind this project. On roads, we'll invest 1.069 million. Last year, we invested 7 million in roads, and we saw significant improvement across the network. And we'll see further improvement this year. Clearly, after the cold weather, we've had an increase in potholes due to the frost uplift, but these are being tackled as they are encountered or reported. 500,000 will be specifically for areas where there's continual flooding. I'd like to thank Councillor McCluskey for raising this. He's raised it umpteen times about the flooding around the district, particularly in areas where he lives. There's continual flooding and we never seem to tackle it. So let's hope we can address some of it this year. We'll invest in the intermediate care home facility. That's a proposal of 301,000. The original cost was approved in 2013 and that was 3.728 million. The cost is now 4.029 million. So this really reflects the impact of inflation plus internal fit-out costs, which weren't included in 2013. So we hope to see some progress on this over the coming year. Bowness Harbour Provost will invest 491,000. This sum is to repair the inner and outer walls, which I'm sure that people in Bowness will more than welcome, along with Kinneil House Walled Garden, an investment of 95,000. CLD Properties, we will invest 590,000, and this is something, and it's 150,000 for Slamaran Community Centre lift, and this is something that certainly Councillor McCluskey has raised time and time again. I think he's an excellent councillor for Up the Breeze, and I thank him for bringing that forward, and hopefully that can be achieved, if not under our proposals, perhaps under the administration's SPR proposal. Changing Places Toilets, 444,000. Electric vehicle charging infrastructure, 90,000. COVID-related health and safety investment in schools, 750,000. Now, this is a kind of new plan, and this funding will provide an accelerated programme of much-needed toilet upgrades and ventilation improvement work, including the purchase of movable CO2 air quality monitors. And another new proposal was the Lorison Campus Inclusion and Wellbeing Service. This would be an investment of £1 million. This project will cover several options: replace the current modular accommodation on the Inclusion and Wellbeing Service at Lorison Campus to make it fit for purpose for the service to deliver highly specialised educational packages and programmes to their primary age children. On-site development and fit out of the technical bays to provide the equipment and environment to offer additional and more technically focused learning opportunities such as bike repair, woodwork, mechanics, etc. On-site refurbishment of existing space to improve the overall learning environment. A combination of these options would accelerate delivery of aspects of Succeed Today, Excel Tomorrow, a strategic programme, increase local capacity to return children from external placements. This would reduce expenditure on external support packages and transport costs. It would also provide some additional employment opportunities aligned to the individual support needs of the young people, and it would support closer to home strategy. Increase in in-house delivery of bespoke support programmes, enhance educational experience to primary children accessing the provision, improve the learning and working environment for all service users on the Lorison campus. And it supports the growing number of our people that are experiencing additional support needs. Provost. This capital investment is significant, positive, and builds on the 5-year rolling programme, giving the people of Falkirk the investment they deserve. So the total investment is about 30.3 million, Provost, including the essential projects already mentioned. And I believe an amendment will be circulated by Mr. Frawley or Mr. Perry. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bissett. Have you got a seconder there?
I'd like to formally second Provost and reserve the right, if necessary, to come back in.
Okay, thank you for that. That's the two of them sent. There'll be an opportunity for all groups to take some time and peruse each other's correspondence. How long would you like? I would say 15-20 minutes. Would that be suitable?
15 minutes, Provost.
15 minutes. Everybody agreed to that? Fine. We'll see you back in 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Provost.
Thank you.
I'm here, Billy.
Did everybody have an opportunity? Does anybody need any more time? Is all group leaders quite happy with the time they've had?
Could I just say Councillor Alexander's having a bit of trouble getting back in?
Okay. Well, we'll give them a couple of minutes. We've got an officer along to Councillor Alexander's room just now. And I think Councillor Blackwood's got a problem as well. So we'll take a couple of minutes out, maybe get time for Councillor McCluckie to send some of those winter jackets down for us down here in the buildings.
I'm in, Provost.
Fine, thank you. That's Councillor Blackwood in.
So we've got to keep the tying that on the day because of a code, but I'll show you it on, you know, I'll definitely show you it on. You know what I mean?
I don't know how you're breathing there.
This could all go horribly wrong.
That's going, you're correct. We're just waiting on Councillor Alexander. He's getting some technical advice.
It's being live cast, Provost.
No. Is it?
If that was in red, Councillor McCluckie.
Glad it's not red suit.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Councillor McCluckie. We're just waiting on Councillor Alexander.
I've got my tie on, I'm still dressed.
He's here. Oh, fine. Thank you, Councillor Alexander. Okay, thank you for that. We have now an opportunity to go to Councillor Kerr, who has an opportunity to speak. Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Provost. Like the other two groups, Provost, we would have loved to have funded all the projects that were submitted. Most of these are existing projects, so if we don't continue with them, the previous money will have been lost and wasted. The capital budget of 25 million was accepted by all, as most are ongoing projects. It's also been accepted that an extra 5 million, which each group have decided to take, will hopefully be spent on the communities. We keep saying that the communities are our core focus. Yet as a council, we have spent billions through consecutive administrations on projects. But I can bet you every one of the councillors sitting here today feels that their ward has not benefited from this money. The communities need to see the benefits from these capital spends. I know my colleague Councillor Lynn Munro feels that the communities of Bo'ness and Blackness have been left behind, as do the majority of villages in my area. But hopefully we can address this through these capital spends and community choices. There are great suggestions from both groups which would have benefited some of these issues. Once again, it is a pity that all sides couldn't have worked this out and came with a joint capital project. Like Councillor McCluckie, I have been vocal about bringing the library in Slamanan up to the community centre, and with that enable the Slamanan Community Centre to invest in the lift to make sure that the full community centre gets used. There are issues in every ward, Provost, and we don't have the money to deal with all the issues. But I hope when people have decided today that the communities that they serve find that they have a small piece of that capital spend. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you for your input, Councillor Kerr. I take it you've no further amendment to take?
Further amendment, Provost.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to open it up for general debate now. So if you would just like to put your hand up or contact some of my colleagues here. Councillor Gardner first, Councillor Munro and Councillor Nimmo.
Thank you, Provost. And let me concentrate on our capital investment, looking to address our carbon emissions. The funding already agreed in our revenue budget, and I thank Councillor Kerr and his group for their support, ties in perfectly with the capital sum of £10.5 million contained within our budget, which is part of a much larger aspirational plan. Falkirk Council is pursuing an extensive range of actions to tackle climate change and enable it to achieve its net zero carbon emissions target. The following measures in its existing programme and planned through the proposed budget and related investment programmes demonstrate that the Council will direct in excess of £117 million in support of its climate change agenda. The programme includes energy efficiency and low carbon heating of a non-residential estate, providing property improvement across the general estate based on our LHE project, the Local Heat and Energy Efficiency Strategy. Improving our current and future housing stock, looking at energy efficiency and low carbon heating. Window, door and heating replacement, renewable power sources and external fabric works. Sustainable travel. This will include more EV charge points, more electric vehicles, cars, vans and minibuses, and we will also endeavour to look at our heavy commercial vehicles being powered by electricity and hydrogen, and this will be explored through the Council's investment zone proposal. An energy efficient street lighting rolling project, replacing all street lighting with low energy lights. This is an ongoing project. Forest estate plan and urban woodlands. The implementation of our forest estate plan will sequester carbon dioxide emissions through the planting of 40,000 new trees, which I'm pleased to say is well underway. Studies also being carried out are looking at the potential to generate low carbon energy from our green spaces to help decarbonise the energy use of publicly owned buildings, and the potential to make land management changes to improve the carbon sequestration and the carbon absorption capacity of council-owned land through our carbon sequestration study. The Council also has a range of current investment strands which contribute to wider aspects of climate change responses. Cycling, walking and bus infrastructure initiatives, and currently the Council is engaged in collaborative discussions in respect of regional bus priority proposals with neighbouring local authorities, aimed at securing funding from recently announced Bus Partnership Fund. Biodiversity and green space management. The Council recently agreed to piloting an approach to open space grassland management, which will aim to encourage biodiversity, and has developed strategies for the safeguarding and growth of woodland and peatlands. The Council's £90 million investment zone proposal offers opportunities to develop LZC energy fuel supply and transport solutions, such as green hydrogen and related transport hubs. They are currently progressing through business case developments. If we are serious about addressing the climate and biodiversity emergencies we are currently faced with, we need to agree with the SNP proposals. I do thank all the officers involved in Douglas's team. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. We'll go to Councillor Reid, who had an opportunity to answer a question, but he would come back in at this stage. Councillor Reid.
Yes, thank you, Provost. I may, if you permit me, just go a bit further, but I won't take long.
Carry on.
My question was, we had estimated we could raise another £24 million of capital based on the inflationary aspect of council tax. Now, I think inflation is estimated to reach about 1.5 this year, then go up to 1.9 by 2023. So if that happens, will we be able to take advantage of that?
Okay, sound question, Mr. Smale.
I think the short answer, Provost, is that we would hope to be able to, and given the extent of significant projects sitting on the pending list, so to speak, we do need a significant additional injection of resource from whatever source that may come. So if the capacity to again harness the council tax inflationary element, though of course that means putting up council tax further than it otherwise would. So there's no free lunch, but the buying power it gives you in terms of the investment, maybe £1.5 million extra council tax, levering up, as Councillor Reid has said, 24 million or so capital investment for projects such as Succeed Today, Excel Tomorrow, or the carbon reduction agenda, and there are other big projects there as well. But we have to wait and see whether the rules will allow it. And certainly inflation is geared to head north from its very low base at the moment, given the general economic backcloth. So if the opportunity under the rules is there, we should be able to harness a significant sum, but we'll have to see what prevails for next year, Provost.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Reid.
Yes, it's just somewhat ironic that the position we're placed in today may be only a temporary one. I think anybody reasonable looking at both applications would say there's not one that's bad and there's not one that's good. They're both equally good, I think, as far as the community is concerned. But we are where we are. I'm always a bit reluctant to talk about borrowing because as a Scotsman and having been brought up in Scotland, we were always told neither a borrower nor a lender be, but we are where we are. I can remember my granny, in fact, dashing up the road on December the 31st to pay her rent for fear she would be in debt in the new year. And in fact, my mother wouldn't take a television from Radio Rentals. We had to buy one. So it's quite difficult to enter this world of macroeconomics. But as I say, I think it's a case of tomato and tomato at the moment in these two different proposals. Thank you,
Any
Paul.
other? Okay, thank you. Councillor Rowe next. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. I echo Councillor Reid's sentiments. In my upbringing, we were always told it wasn't how much we spent, it was how we choose to spend it, and that's very appropriate in the current situation because it's very clear that there isn't sufficient capital budget. So what are the big ticket items in our budget and how do they impact on our communities and our overall aspirations for our area? We need to ask what we get for our investment and where is the return. Many of the projects are simply service upgrades, computer updates, repairs and maintenance, all of which are essential. And as Councillor Gardner has pointed out, we have to work towards our climate challenges for the future, but we still have the contradiction of needing massive new amounts spent on road infrastructure and new vehicles every year. But the bit that concerns me is where it's getting spent. We have a 67 million TIF programme for Falkirk and Grangemouth, a recent growth deal mostly for Falkirk and Grangemouth, a £77 million flood alleviation scheme for Grangemouth, a 20 million refurbishment of Grangemouth Sport Complex, and almost 2 million for Zetland Park, a £45 million project for a new office and art centre in Falkirk and a new cycle path and the deer for Denny, which is fine. But what about the villages? The rural communities, the outlying towns who have seen little capital investment in many years, are we providing them with the things we promised in our corporate plan? Are they getting help for business to thrive? It's small wonder rural communities feel forgotten, have higher unemployment, fuel poverty and poorer transport services, yet our corporate plan, our updated corporate plan says we are the place to be where everyone can fulfill their potential. I recognise the job of opposition is to scrutinise and question, and these figures show most of the money has been spent in Falkirk and Grangemouth, and other areas are not included in the TIF or growth deals. The Braes lacks basic facilities like gas and as a result suffer unaffordable heating bills. Bowness too feels like a forgotten town where its former public buildings have suffered poor maintenance and are now part of the council's property review. I recognise there's funding for SPR, but across the many buildings and schools in Falkirk area, the amount is very small. So I believe we need some levelling up and a more equitable division of spending across communities if we are to achieve these shiny new corporate goals. Because this capital budget looks in the main like business as usual, rather than an innovative and enterprising plan for all of our communities. I recognise that some of these are long-standing projects, but capital is scarce and we need to spend with a view to getting a return for communities and to ensure that no communities are overlooked in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input, Councillor Monroe. We now have Councillor Alexander, followed by Councillor Nimmo. Councillor Alexander, sir. Thank you.
Councillor Nimmo was before me.
No, but we're doing it. We're going
I see, right, okay.
to one group to another. Thank you.
Fair enough. I'm really sorry that you know, we've had the anti-Falkirk line projected in this particular issue. I really think that it's unjustified, and I'm going to justify my position with regards to that. When you look at the proposals that are there, there's a disproportionately high level per capita programme for Bowness than anyone else, as far as I can see. We cannot compare Bowness with Falkirk. The needs are different in each of the two communities. The Bowness, for example, has a cinema that belongs to the community, and there's specific issues round about that cinema in terms of tourism. There are special issues regarding tourism in relation to the railway, and when you look at Bowness and look at the reports that have come up in the last few months, we can see significant project and progress in terms of the refurbishment of the Bowness Library. And also the fact that you know, we're not just doing one phase of the library, we're doing the full two-phase together, thus ensuring that the Bowness Library will be probably the best within the district. There's also proposals there in relation to Hill Estate and the foreshore at Bowness. I remember it wasn't so long ago when John Consul was the lead councillor in Bowness, and myself worked together to try to attract business to Bowness. We attracted a considerable amount of money to Bowness, and we worked together with regards to the at that time the heritage proposals, and that's the way it should be. You know, it's about working together. It's not about putting one community against another. That's politics. It's so negative. It's unbelievable. The Greensmouth is the lead area for the both the development zone and also on behalf of the TIF. The lead area is for good reasons, and that's because that's where the majority of the qualifying projects actually are. It's that area that will attract the money for the investment zone in relation to commercial interests, commercial stability, and hopefully in the not too distant future progress with regards to employability. And that's not, we can't look at that and say it's applicable for Bowness. Just as we can't say that the needs of Falkirk should take greater or lesser consideration, but we have to recognise that Falkirk is much larger for a start, and has a different type of need in terms of commercial premises. So, you know, let's put aside this setting one community off against another. And it's not constructive. It's not good, and it doesn't actually result in, I think, any better service for the people of that area. Because what tends to happen is people will say, "Oh well, it's only because of the councillor A or councillor B, or it's only because so and so is in administration or in opposition." Let's look at the whole proposals that have come forward so far in relation to the spreading investment across the district are excellent, and I think we should give them a chance. But please, let's stop this turning one community against another.
Okay, thanks for that, Councillor Alexander. I may say at this stage that everybody's got an opinion and everybody's got an opportunity today to speak in respect to anything that's been proposed, whether it's for your area or anybody else's area, and that's what we're all here for. So we're going to Councillor Nimmo now. Thank you, Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks, Provost. It's just a quick question for officers, if I can. It's in relation to the capital programme. It was the Falkirk Community Trust's intention to build changing facilities in the West Quarter Valley. Now, there was a facility there previously which ran into disrepair and was demolished some time ago. I'm just wondering, is it still the Trust's intention to build a replacement facility there? And if not, is that going to fall within the council's capital programme when the facilities that the trust run are taken back in-house? Thanks, Provost.
Yes, thank you for that. We'll get an officer. Who's it going to be, Brian or Douglas, or answer that question? Brian?
Provost, I'm not equipped to give an answer to that question. I don't know if the Trust Chief Executive is still on the call. Maureen, if she is, might be able to at least feed some input in, and Douglas may also, from a strategic property review, be able to helpfully feed in.
Okay, we'll ask if Maureen want to join and try and give an answer to Councillor Nimmo.
Good afternoon, Provost. It's Maureen.
Good
I've
afternoon.
just had my camera switched off for poor connection.
Yes.
The West Quarter proposals are still under discussion. The budget that was allocated to it was insufficient to complete the 2 priority projects. So the projects across the pavilions and at West Quarter. So those discussions are ongoing to resolve the budgetary matters. So obviously that would change with the proposal that's been put forward by the administration this afternoon. Thank you.
Thanks, Provost.
Yep. Councillor Bowes, then Councillor McCluskey. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. Few of the councillors, I remember Councillor Munro came down to East Ayrshire, who are seen as the stars of doing what we look at as SPR. One of the things that they said was one of their major keys is that they had a £5 million capital budget backing up the SPR. This is something that is I know it's been a long saga and it's a lot longer than I've been in council that the SPR is on the go, but conversations seem to be moving in the right direction. And as they do move in the right direction, there's no sense in having great decisions and not having the money to back it up. So this is what this is for. It's been able to back up that. And using the example of the exemplar in Scottish councils, I think they've won all sorts of awards for what they've been doing. So if you can't learn from the best, who can you learn from? And I hope people can take that on board. And that's to affect, as has been said a number of times here, is to affect the three different areas. Therefore, hopefully, we get to see more impact. A couple of small questions, and I'm not, and a bit like Councillor Reid, I'm not picking holes in things. It's genuine questions. The COVID in the schools, should that not come under our fiscal flexibilities? I know we're allowed to claim a certain amount of COVID support and stuff like that, rather than straight into capital. Should that not actually come? Should that not be part of the fiscal flexibilities? Just as a question. If that one can be answered, then I'll leave it for others to ask any questions they have. And I'm not criticising it. I'm just saying that it's maybe in the wrong place and it might be able to be in somewhere else.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Smale, would you like to try and answer that?
Yes, Provost. The starting point is the nature of the spend. Is it capital or is it revenue? And on the basis that it's determined to be capital, then it needs to sit within the capital regime. The implication of that is that the funding flexibilities are for revenue purposes. They're not for capital. So the flow, the multi-strand flow of grants coming through and the fiscal flexibilities are all designed to help the revenue account. And illustrations reinforcing that point are elements and fiscal flexibilities are being allowed to be transferred from capital receipts being the most obvious one, into revenue. So fiscal flexibilities and the support grant are all focused on revenue, not on capital. Thank you, Provost.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor McCluckie.
Thanks, Provost, and that was a good point that Councillor Bowes says, as always, and you know, thanks for explaining that. I'll stick to a couple of the proposals that I was more involved in with this, and one was the flooding. And I know, as I say, my group leader mentioned my name, but it was only because I've been mentioning this for the 14 years that I've been the councillor as an issue across Falkirk in the 9 wards. Down in England, they had a couple of years ago, they had hose bite bans because of lack of water, and now they're going to put in boats and dinghies because of obviously what we've said is climate change. We are no different here. We had flooding on bits of roads 14 years ago that are still getting flooded, but we've got a lot of new ones coming on board now. And when we ask, and I told Douglas 6 months ago that I was going to raise this in the budget, and I know he says that the priority is in the Grangemouth flood defences, but I feel that after every time it rains, I'll give you an example, the same road officers go out to the same bits and put a sign up. You're quite close to it when you get a sign saying danger, road flooded, you know, and that's what happens every time it rains if I try to go to Falkirk, because the same 2 bits of ground at the BBC and Barlyside floods for years. Now, it's only an example, but you've got that in Earth, you've got that in Bonnybridge, you've got that everywhere. And I'm saying that we put 7 million into the roads last year, and we just thought that it would cover all road aspects, but it only went to resurfacing. And this now has got to a critical stage. At Bean Cross last year, the cars were floating away. You know, I mean, it was like one of these sesame things. They were floating away. And we've raised it as a concern then and asked for a report about that. And I know that the local councillors there had asked for a report, and I've still not got that 6 months later. So as I say, I'm disappointed in that. Up in Madison, we were going about we try to protect houses last year with the council officers, and I know some of them are private houses, we shouldn't be doing that, but because everybody criticised their house going to get flooded, we go out there with sandbags, West Quarter burn, banks bursting, as I say. You know, it's everywhere. And as I say, it needs addressed. It needs addressed in capital. It can't wait. We've put in 10.5 million because of climate change, but we need to address the flooding issues that are here now across all wards. Now, I'm not saying what's the priority in priority areas down to roads, but all I want to see is some improvements. I'm not caring if it's in Bonnybrig or Greenmere, where I just want something, because the public are fed up. They do not see any improvements. You should not be going to the same bit. There a boy with a fishing rod last year at one of them, you know, I thought he was at Black Loch. I did tell him it was 3 miles further on, you know what I mean? They're massive, they're ridiculous. And so we put it in as I mentioned, because we feel that it's something that seriously needs to be looked at. And I know that the people all through my area, and it'll be the same in your areas, that people raise it. So that's why the group, the Labour group, decided to put that forward. The other one is, as Gary had mentioned there, we're talking about another important issue that we've talked about a lot of important issues today, but COVID was one of the less spoke about. And the problem is that some of the older schools, and we've got schools once again in all wards, as I say, have fell back behind. And I see a pattern here. Just recently published figures for the back repairs for schools. Now, it seems strange when we were talking up community conversations about linking up a number of schools in my area or down in Bowness, but I look at it, Slamanan, the last one, Slamanan Primary School, 590,000 to back repairs. Two, and some of which is toilets. There's two that are stinking. You can smell them along. We're sitting there putting our kids back into schools, and I can understand that, you know, we have to do so, but they've got physical things. Instead of cleaning the surface for our cleaners to clean, right, and modernise these toilets and go up, is there. And I'm saying that should be looked at. Shield Hill School's the same. 18 months ago we done it in Wallace Stone School, right? Within 2 weeks of raising because the parent council, the head teacher and the staff, the janitor, the cleaners were all coming and says it's terrible. And within a couple of weeks they went in there. Obviously a team, obviously outside, they came in there and in 3 days done gents and well, boys and girls toilets, fully resurfaced and modern things, state of the art. And that is easy for COVID because every young child needs to go into the toilet. Last 18 months ago in Shield Hill, the janitor had waited 2 months on a toilet seat, right? And he had to ask the one of the maintenance boys who were told they've only to do the priority repairs and not just general repairs, had an old toilet seat and the thing, mate. That's what I'm talking about COVID here, and we're talking about these fundamental things that need done. And that is why I raised that, as I say, an example. It could be, as I say, in the school canteens. What's doing in the list? School towel rolls, you know, for the canteen. I would say that getting clean surfaces and trying to keep our children safe is a bigger priority than a towel roll, right? That's my opinion. And
Okay.
as I say, so that's and the campus, as I say, is at Lorison. What we're talking about is in the budget, Provost, saving money by bringing kids that's outside, our own kids. We're corporate parents for a lot of kids that's outside as councillors, and we're told we'd save money by bringing them back to Falkirk. And what we've got is we've not put the capital in to a proper facility that we can bring back the kids, which is a spend to save measure into that. I've also, the last point is on I would raise, we'll be putting 150,000 extra into the money for the community centres. The reason being has been discussed that the trust has agreed they wanted to move the library up and it would free hanging under SPR, but SPR doesn't seem to be going anywhere because of the amounts involved that's needed to do up. We don't even know, because it was put down by officers, that as closing the centre, is it going to get a lift? What we are saying is, rather than wait years and waiting in two groups agreeing to see if Slamanan is going to maintain its school, maintain its community centre, right, what we'll do is put 150,000 in the new and get that lift in the now, and that lets the library move. Far more people use the centre and cater for all disabilities, which is council policy, as I say, for there. So that's why I mentioned that in there. I do see that, as I say, it's mentioned in the strategic poverty review, but as I say, I've got great difficulty there. There's 630,000 back repairs done in Bowness Sports Centre, right? And clearly that is because that was marked down as looking to close it. Well, I can tell you the Labour group's not going to close the facilities, so we're not doing it. But it's just an example in parity and not seem to be putting the same maintenance into the properties that officers seem to be doing for proposal. The leader of the council maintains that she knows certain properties that are going to be maintained. I don't know how one group, can say that when you need two groups at least to pass it. But if she does know what ones are going to get passed and the public are happy with it and that, will let us know, because it's certainly better than we've been for the last 6 years, because the communities out there have spoken. They want local services. They want things local. That's what the consultation says. So thanks very much for that, that opportunity, Provost.
Oh,
Thank you.
okay, thank you very much.
Provost 19-1.
If you just hold on a second, Councillor Meikle-John, I would just like to thank Councillor McCluckie for his input, and we'll go to your 19-1 at the moment. Okay, carry on with your 19-1.
Just to correct Councillor McCluckie, I didn't say which buildings were closing. I gave examples of where investment may perhaps go should the communities decide that. I just want to make that clear, Provost, because there's no decisions being taken.
That's fine. Now, what we'll do, thank you very much for that.
19-1, Provost.
We'll go to, first of all,
19-1, Provost.
19-1, what's your 19-1?
My 19-1 is what she said there is incorrect, because, as I says, I've been attending Council of Future meetings and that, where she has said that she knows the property, and so did Councillor Garner. They know that some properties that are going to be maintained. I don't know how that can be said, but that's what was previously said. So, as I say, she is inaccurate now in stating that it's waiting to see what the public says.
Okay,
19,
thank you for
Provost, I'm afraid.
all right,
afraid I've got a
19-1. Everybody wants a 19-1 now. Come on, Councillor Garner, let's have you.
Provost, Councillor McCluckie just mentioned the Council of Future board.
Yeah.
I'm not even on that board, Councillor Provost Buchanan. So he could maybe retract that statement,
Okay.
please.
I will
Thank you.
retract it. It's by the Save the Planet meeting, sorry.
Okay, right.
Okay.
Right. Let's move on. First of all, we'll try and get your questions answered, Councillor McCluckie. Things have been going very well today, and hopefully we're going to try and ensure that they keep going to the end of this meeting. Mr. Duff, can you maybe come back on the issue of the flooding in other areas?
Happy to do that, Provost, and I can maybe pick up some of the points about the SPR as well. There were questions there, if that helps. In relation to flooding, I would just point to page 261 of the agenda, which has the proposed capital programme relating to development services. That at the bottom of that page includes an item on flooding assessments and minor improvements, and it notes that there's 140k the next 2 years, and then a reducing amount, 130, 127 and 129 in the remaining years of the programme. And that's a rolling programme we've had for some time that is in place to undertake normal assessments and packages of minor works in order to attend to these issues around the area. And when it comes to the work of our officers relating to flooding, clearly that has had to be prioritised around the delivery of the Grangemouth Flood Protection Scheme. That's a national scheme. It's the #1 priority in the country just now. It's very significant, as Brian has noted. It's a scheme costing, at present costs, 387 million. And so our officers are very much focused on getting that scheme underway in the negotiations with Scottish Government about the funding for that. We're by no means avoiding the situation of flooding that risks that arise around the area, and certainly the intention through that line in the programme would be to be able to continue to do those works, assessments that in time might bring further suggestions to the capital programme for works to be undertaken. But certainly we do recognise the need to give attention to that. In relation to the strategic property review, as a number of members have alluded to today, there are the community conversations that have been taking place. They're nearing conclusion, so a round of 2 meetings per ward area has been taking place in recent weeks, and the intention is to, from those discussions, to bring forward the report in May of this year to set out the proposals relating to the SPR. And so we've been keen in past years and in this year's programme to give some flexibility around how the resources should be applied, seeing the outcomes come from the community conversations and the other work relating to the SPR. and give recommendations at the meeting in May as to how that should move forward. I think it is important to have the flexibility to reflect all the different concerns that communities have highlighted, the opportunities that they're highlighting also for investment in their areas, and some really helpful suggestions that are coming forward there that we think will help to deal with some of the backlog maintenance issues, so problems in schools, community halls, etc. These have all been flagged up in the course of those discussions, as well as looking to the approach of community hub provision that will serve communities more fully in terms of the transformation of services that we're hoping to achieve. So that's certainly intended to come in May, and we would have more detail in terms of projects that we'd be looking to take forward from that point. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you. We'll now go to Mr. Naylor. Mr. Naylor, are you there?
Yes, Provost.
You probably heard Councillor McCluckie had some concerns in relation to some of the problems associated with the schools, back repairs, etc. Can you maybe sort of give us some sort of input?
Just that the observations are valid. We've got a programme of toilet replacements phased over a number of years. We do the ones that are in the worst condition first, but we don't have sufficient capital given the capital pressure that's on the council for them all to be done in one go. I think one of the things that COVID has made this issue probably of more relevance is that there's new guidance from the government for us to maximise ventilation in schools. And it is the case that in some of our schools, primary schools, we actually still have some toilets that don't have windows that open, and they've got mechanical ventilation systems. So that's the situation on the ground. So it's just another one of the significant capital challenges that face not just the school estate, but I'm sure there's other buildings elsewhere that could be doing with upgrade works to make the physical environment better.
Thank you for that, Mr. Naylor. Councillor Reid, I believe you wanted to come in on a procedural issue.
Yes, Provost, it's not a procedural matter of council. It's what happens regardless of the vote, some of these projects will fit into where in the league table. I take it some of them may jump the queue, but some might have to wait until 2026. Is it the corporate management team that decides on that?
Brian, you respond.
Provost, what you have before you is a core budget supplemented by the 25 million, just over 25 million projects that I think there's general acceptance as being must-do projects for various reasons. The inclusion of projects in the capital programme is via a process, a corporate process, and a set of criteria are used. And actually there's a table in the preceding report under the capital strategy, which you've probably seen, which sets out the 5 or so criteria and the weighting. And that helps inject objectivity into the assessment. None of these methodologies are perfect, of course, and ultimately there needs to be an element of subjectivity that overlays it. And to some degree, that's the purpose of this meeting. It allows you to see through that process what has been determined. You now understand the rationale, the corporate rationale and assessment criteria that are used to get to that point. And beyond that, as reflected in the motion and amendment that you have before you, there has deemed to be some surplus headroom in the order of 5 or so million for additional projects from the list, the Appendix 3 list to the papers, though it doesn't need to be restricted to that. of projects that didn't make the cut because there was not adequate resources. So hopefully that addresses the point, but do feel free to come back if I haven't. Thank you, Provost.
So I'm assuming the revised programme will be reported back to a committee at some point.
Once the programme is agreed as appropriate following your discussions today, that then becomes the formal programme, and then the monitoring or tracking of progress against that programme will come before the executive at regular points during the course of the year. And albeit we're doing a 5-year programme, just as we're doing today, certainly formally, a year from now, we will come back, revisit the programme, and there'll be the opportunity to revisit, reassess, reappraise, reprioritise as the circumstances at that time may suggest are appropriate. Thank you, Provost.
Yes, thank you, Provost. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Meiklejohn, would you like to wind up?
Yes, Provost, it's been a long day, so I'm not going to take terribly long here. I think that there's merits in both capital programmes. I think at this moment in time, we have a capital programme that is very much outward facing. It addresses some of the issues that people have been talking about today around being able to progress the SPR, having the resources and the funds to do that. And indeed, there may be opportunities within that if communities are willing to utilise more of the schools, that investment can be directed in some of the areas that then becomes mutually helpful to the communities. So I think all in all, we have a good programme here. It does just touch on the periphery of things, and we accept that. And I would commend that to members and hope that we consider supporting it. Just one minor correction. Councillor Bissett said in his opening remarks that we didn't get any capital funding this year. We did. There wasn't much, but it was 10 million plus 14 million towards the Grangemouth flood defences. So while that is not a lot, it has helped maintain our rolling capital programme, and as a result, we've had to utilise prudential borrowing for others, as we don't have the flexibility around the council tax. We don't know what that will bring for the future. We will need to wait and see how things pan out. But we need to look at how we can invest and actually maximise opportunities in seeking external funding to support that, and the various programmes that we do have already around the growth deal, our TIF, and other funding streams as well in order to be able to make the difference we need within our communities. But I thank people for the debate this afternoon, and hope that we'll be able to get support for this capital programme so we can now actually go and get on with the job in hand. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Meiklejohn. Before we go to the vote with Mr Moody, I'd just like to give notice of a further amendment. Okay, Mr Moody, would you like to take the vote for the motion?
Yes, thank you, Provost. The motion is moved by Councillor Meiklejohn and seconded by Councillor Garner, and the motion has been circulated, against which there is an amendment moved by Councillor Bissett and seconded by Councillor Coombs, which has also been circulated. Provost Buchanan.
Amendment.
Councillor Aitchison. Councillor Alexander.
The motion.
Thank you. Councillor Balfour.
For the motion.
Councillor Binney.
Motion.
Councillor Bissett.
Amendment.
Councillor Black. Sorry, Councillor Black, I didn't hear that.
For the motion, I never heard you, sorry. Sorry, for the amendment. Amendment, sorry.
Councillor Blackwood.
Amendment.
Councillor Bowes.
Motion.
Councillor Coleman.
Motion.
Councillor Colley.
Motion.
Councillor Coombs.
For the amendment.
Councillor Flynn.
Motion.
Councillor Garner.
The motion.
Councillor Goldie has had to leave. Councillor Grant.
The motion.
Councillor Harris.
For the motion.
Councillor Hughes.
For the motion.
Councillor Kerr.
For the motion.
Councillor McHugh.
For the motion.
Councillor McCluckie.
Amendment.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
For the motion.
Councillor Monroe.
For the motion.
Councillor Murtagh.
For the motion.
Councillor Nicholl.
For the motion.
Councillor Nimmo.
Amendment.
Councillor Patrick.
For the motion.
Councillor Reid.
For the amendment.
And Councillor Spears.
Motion.
Provost, there are 19 votes for the motion, there are 9 votes for the amendment, and the motion is carried.
Thank you very much. Well, I just read out the budget proposal for the immediate. I think Mr. Perry is going to put it. You send it through, or you just put it on the. Okay, I'll read it out and you can read it yourself there. This further amendment is the budget proposal for the immediate installation of a safety barrier and associated works on the stretch of the Bonnybridge to Allendale Road, the B816. This road is 2.1 miles long, but this proposal is for a stretch from the Greenhill Road end to the Dalnair Road entrance, approximately 1,000 metres. This is the length highlighted in the quote by George Walker Pershire several years ago. This company was working near my home, erecting fencing on the M80. I asked if they could give me a quote for the work on the B816, which they did. I then submitted this quote to the council. At some stage, a figure I believe of £20,000 was allocated to the start of this project, but nothing was ever done in this. This road lies in between two ancient monuments, the Antonine Wall and the Forth and Clyde Canal. It is on a major bus route and also utilised for school buses, both primary and secondary schools in the district. It is also heavily used as an arterial road, both ways from the motorway, with huge lorries in constant use. The road until you get to Allendale Cottages is a national speed limit. Having lived all my life in the area except when I was abroad, I have never seen any improvements or replacements of fencing during my time, except when a number of young people, 5, were tragically killed when their vehicle went into the canal. Over the years, a number of cars have had narrow escapes, getting stopped by trees or loose wire. Only 2 weeks ago, a massive tree collapsed, thankfully into the canal side, taking part of the roadside with it. This situation cannot continue. A few weeks ago, I contacted George Walker Limited again to ask if they could give me an updated quote for the work they already quoted for several years ago. This they did, and it is now £112,523. Obviously, because of the latest issue, it may be more, plus there is new signage and maybe road markings. So I am asking members to support the proposal for the sum of £150,000, and that this project, if supported, is prioritised because of the road safety aspects for what I would say is the most dangerous stretch of road in the Falkirk district. I thank you for that. And I believe that officers have already seen this and are going to make observations. Thank you very much. Would it be? I believe Douglas Duff is going to respond.
Thanks, Provost, and I can give some further comment on the proposal that's been given. This is a proposal that we've looked at in the past, and our officers have looked in some detail at the engineering requirements on that stretch of road. It is, as you say, constrained. It sits between the two national monuments, the canal and the Antonine Wall, and therefore there are constraints to undertaking any work in that vicinity. And so we have concerns about the lack of space for working, the inadequacy of the road verge to take additional works and protection measures at that location. The intrusion into the canal could be quite extensive, depending on the stretch of road that is necessary for that to be undertaken. That there may actually be a concern that, depending on how the works were to proceed, it may add to the risks in using the road. That's something we would have to attend to very carefully, that the lack of space in that stretch of road means that if additional barriers and so on were inserted, then that may constrain the road width and cause some risk of accident. So there is that concern. I think importantly, the concern we have is over the costs that are estimated for the scheme. We have looked at the proposal that's been given by George Walker in the past. It was going some time back, and a technical report was prepared by our officers in 2013, which assessed the submission made at that point in time. Our engineers suggest that the works that are necessary could be in excess of £3 million, and that was at that time. Clearly, with construction costs increasing and so on, there is a risk that it could be beyond that, and therefore we would have real concerns at the order of cost that could be incurred to the council if it were to proceed with a scheme of that type. And so we would caution against progressing with a scheme as is being suggested. We would think that it would need considerably further investigations to determine just what were possible to achieve.
Thank you, Mr. Duff. I believe that Mr. Moody wants to come in on this one.
Yes, Provost, it's briefly and it's simply to add to what Mr. Duff has to say. I think it's well recognised that your amendment is submitted in good faith and on the basis of a quotation from a reputable company, but you've heard from Mr. Duff that the officer's assessment of the likely costs of the project are significantly larger than those provided for within your amendment. And I think it's important that the Council has in mind that it would be undertaking this scheme as the Statutory Roads Authority. It requires to follow, in doing so, in a road safety project of this kind, the national guidance and standards of projects of this kind, and also have in mind the expert advice of our roads engineers, and that forms the basis of the assessment of cost which Mr. Duff has offered to the Council this afternoon. So I think the consequence of that, Provost, is if were this amendment to proceed, it should proceed on the basis of the assessment of cost which has been offered to you by Mr. Duff. So if the Council were to proceed to discuss and consider this amendment, it should do so in the knowledge that the project would be likely to cost £3.5 million, and that would be the nature of the provision which would require to be made in your capital programme.
Thank you. In response to both Mr. Duff and yourself, Mr. Moody, my main concern here, and has been over the years, has been public safety. Anybody that knows that road knows how dangerous it is. But when the costings came through for Mr. Walker just last week, it was for £112,000, £523.96. Now, this company works with the Scottish Government. They're a major company all over the UK, and it's difficult for me to take in that they're going to ask and put forward a application for £100,000, and now our officers are stating quite clearly that they're looking at the possibility of £3 million. Now, I'm a realist to know that £3 million against £112,000 is a major serious issue. I brought it forward. I brought it forward again. I brought it forward 7 years ago, and £20,000 was set against it, but it never ever seen the light of day. There was no upgrading of the fencing whatsoever. I don't want to put any members into any position where they would support. I mean, I don't know. I've not spoken to anybody. I haven't asked anybody to support me. The fact of the matter is that at the same time as I don't want to embarrass the situation by trying to ask members to support something that at this particular time is not feasible. What I would say is, obviously, I would maybe like some of the other members to come in on this. What I would like to say was that I believe that that officers should be in discussions with the Scottish Canals, because they've got a responsibility as well as Historic Scotland in relation to the two areas. But for me, if you went along that road just now, you would see part of the road disintegrated. They had to get barriers put up, and it's precarious because buses going to school, etc., have got to stop and wait to let other traffic by. And I no want to highlight the fact that already we had deaths in that canal a number of years ago, obviously. But I'm just trying to ensure, once again, that I put forward an opportunity to try and alleviate a major concern for everybody. But through your good self, Mr. Moody, I would like to open it up to see if any other member would like to come in on this, because I'm quite sure that some of them have traversed this road. And I see Mr. Councillor Nimmo with his hand up. Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks, Provost. It's just a question for Douglas Duff. Hopefully he'll be able to answer it. In normal circumstances, when there's a bad stretch of road, we look at a 10-year accident history for the stretch of road in question. Douglas, I'm just wondering, what is the official history attached to this section of road? How many accidents has there been in the last 10 years? Obviously, there's a public safety aspect tied into this. I'm just wondering if you could comment on that.
I don't have the accident statistics in front of me just now, Councillor, but our officers have looked at this, and it does not show up as the highest priority scheme in the list of works that are proposed for safety measures in our roads asset management plan. Obviously, the roads programme is part of the capital programme that's now been approved, and there are a couple of schemes in there that have been prioritised for action at Waterslap and Snabbrae. They are acknowledged as priorities where work for that purpose is necessary. This scheme, notwithstanding the concerns the Provost has mentioned, and the incident, tragic incident in the past where young people lost their lives and gone off the carriageway, but it's not showing as the highest priority in our scheme in our assessments, and therefore wouldn't fall to be supported through that mechanism. I should also say that we are in regular contact with Scottish Canals around the maintenance of their assets, their canal assets across the area, and again they have their own system for prioritising works to maintain the canal, and this hasn't been a priority in their assessment and their work programme.
Okay, thanks, Douglas. Thanks, Provost.
No, thank you very much for that. We've got two other local members wanting in, so we'll go first to Councillor Coleman, then Councillor Grant. Thank you. And then Councillor Nicholl. And Councillor Blackwood as well, because just to say that this area covers it covers Bonnybridge and Larbert Ward, and it also covers Banknock and Denlin Head and Denny. Thank you. Councillor Coleman.
Thank you, Provost, and thank you for bringing this issue to the attention of the Chamber. Councillor Nimmo has eloquently touched on one of the points I was going to raise, which is about priority and what the Roads Department assess as a priority. You approached is 20 times less than the estimated costs of the work undertaken by our officers. And I think you've touched on probably the points that most members in the Chamber will be concluding to, that in this time a £3.5 million expect on something which is of perhaps not top priority is just not feasible. However, I do think that perhaps the Chamber would consider, as you've already said, talking to Scottish Water more strenuously, or instructing officers rather to talk to Scottish Water more strenuously, or undertake some sort of investigation to progress this, because clearly this is a public safety issue. But in this time of finite money, I have a concern that if we take £3.5 million to do this, we have to take it from another project which may have a greater priority and just not be in our or your direct awareness. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you very much for your contribution. We now have Councillor Grant, followed by Councillor Blackwood, who's another local member, and then we'll get Councillor Nicholl. Thank you. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Provost, and thank you for bringing this up. On Tuesday night, I had a video community council meeting, and Catherine Spicer, to whom you know, brought this up, this particular, with the tree in the canal, etc. Where I would like to ask Mr. Duff is that he says if it was to go to a vote, we have got to vote on the £3.5 million possible. Are we just totally dismissing the £112 million that obviously the Provost is researched? It's a reputable company. I know the company, as the Provost says, it's not discussed it. But I think, why are we just dismissing it so quick that we've got to base it on the £3.5 million? We're not even looking at the 150 million. Thank you, Provost. Sorry, 150,000. Thank you, Provost.
Yeah, thank you for that contribution. We'll go back to Mr. Duff on that before we bring in Councillor Blackwood. Thank you. Mr. Duff.
Happy to do that, Provost. I think the point here is that the approaches to considering these works have been completely different. So the submission that's been made is by a, certainly acknowledged as a valid and a worthy contractor who does that type of work. It's sort of fencing and barrier provision. But as Mr. Moody has pointed towards, the council's obligations here are to make sure that its assets, its road assets, are provided in accordance with national standards. And there are, these are formal standards which have to ensure the safety of road users in that location. And that means that the approach to this means much more fundamental consideration of the asset. It means provision of major retention works and possibly cantilever structures out over the canal for lengths of that carriageway in order to hold the demountable barriers that would have to be put in place. And so these have to be very carefully considered and erected, and that's where the cost is. You would basically be grubbing out the existing verge and replacing some of the structures that retain the canal, putting in place, as I say, robust embankments or cantilever structures to hold the barriers. And these are major works. Our structural engineers looked at this, and on that basis they estimated in excess of £3 million worth of cost. So it's a fundamentally different approach to dealing with it. And maybe what I would say is that it is intended that a report on the roads asset management plan will be coming forward to the executive in the near future, and through the work on the ramp, we are always assessing the network. We would be assessing the network at this location and we would, through that exercise, determine how work might be prioritised to maintain the asset and make sure that the safety of road users is kept intact.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Councillor Grant. Councillor Blackwood.
Thanks, Provost. Yeah, I know the road well, and actually old enough to remember the incident where the young people were drowned in the canal after going off the road. Indeed, one of the young ladies lived in the same street as me, the street I was brought up in, so I knew her well. It's interesting to hear Douglas saying that we're going to obviously now have a look at the scenario, because there is fencing along that road, and a lot of it is falling apart, and that's never been replaced, never mind putting a barrier on. And obviously the difference between the quotes, 112 or 150,000 to 3 or 4 million, just seems unbelievable. And I don't know if we've explored the £112,000 issue offered by Mr. Stewart, whatever you call them, whether that's been looked into or not. But as a road, it's not the greatest of roads. If a barrier going up £4 million to narrow road, then that wouldn't be an answer either. So I think seriously, for the safety point of view, something's got to be looked at in that road. Thanks, Provost.
Thank you. Nicol, Councillor Nicol, sorry you've been waiting a while, but I've been letting the local members in first. Thank you.
Not at all, Provost. I just want to confirm that you haven't raised this matter with me at all, and I'm not even going to claim that I know exactly the area that you're talking about. But the fact that a reputable contractor offers a price of £112,000, a contractor, you've told us, does work for the Scottish Government, so we have to accept that they're up to date with health and safety measures, etc. They know what they're talking about, and they've submitted a quotation to you in writing. Against that, we hear from Mr. Duff that no, it's going to cost £3.5 million. Now that, I hadn't intended to speak on this, but when I heard the contrast between those two amounts, I thought it, it had to be investigated further. So really, for my own part, Convener, I really need to see where this £3.5 million, how it is made up. And I need to see the quote from whatever the guy's called to see how he has made it up. Now, obviously, this has to be done informally, and then the results are passed back to a later meeting, because I hear two contrasting stories, and I can't, because I don't have the full picture, I don't know who to support. If it's 150,000, I would certainly be supporting yourself. If it's £3.5 million, then obviously, I think everybody knows that's a totally different kettle of fish. So at that stage, I don't know. And, I trust you will raise this again once we do have more facts. But, you hear so often people criticise the council for being expensive and having 4 men on a job where private contractors have 1. Well, I think we've really got to get to the bottom of this, because I dare say that this will now make the pages of the Falkirk Herald. A private contractor quotes a job for £112,000, and the council says, no, it's £3.5 million. The council may well be right, but we need to get the facts to know which way to decide on this. So for my own part, I would ask you to take this back just now, and I would be surprised if other members weren't content. There was perhaps as interested as I am in knowing just how these two figures vary so greatly. And that's what I would hope you would do, because at this stage, I can't vote for either side, because I just don't know.
That's fine. Thank you very much for your words of wisdom. Councillor Colley and then Councillor Alexander. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to come in very briefly, and obviously I know the road well, and I would say it's a slightly challenging road. I think there are some issues with the fencing, without a doubt. And I think following up with Scottish Water, no matter what, about ensuring that that is that the fencing is adequate, because I know that it took some time to get another bit of it repaired. So I think that's something that definitely we should follow up on. I think that the difference is that it's a disparity in costs, and I think Malcolm makes a really good point there about trying to get to the bottom of that and have the opportunity to bring it back with actually understanding that, because it's usually different. And I think then we would be able to make a decision based on more detailed considerations. If you were content with that, Provost.
Yes, to be honest with you, when I heard once I had submitted the paperwork for the budget proposal with a copy of Georgie Walker Limited, and then the officers had come back and told me that their figures were 3 point whatever million, then I was aghast with that. But I think after listening to everybody, and I think there's one or two other to come, I think it would be in everybody's best interest, including the people that utilise that, for me to withdraw this issue today, this proposal, and then what happens is that officers can get, I think they've got a copy of this already, and then come back at some further time with a report that shows, as Councillor Nicholl says, the disparity with the proper information. So I'm happy at this stage to withdraw this and then leave it for officers to bring a further report back to whatever committee it would be. So I'm going to, I don't think there's, unless anybody else wants to come in, I've made the decision, I'll withdraw it. I'm looking seriously at the disparity here, and then maybe we'll be in a better place when the information comes back through officers. So, Mr. Moody, I'm going to withdraw it. Okay, so that takes us to the end of the meeting. So that takes us to the end of today's meeting. Thanks everybody for their continued support during this COVID time. Wish you all well. Stay safe, you and your families and friends. And then we'll be seeing you, I think it's the 24th. We'll see you back on the 24th. Although we'll be meeting some people tomorrow. So thanks everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Somebody wanted to speak.
But for my own clarity, so officers undertaking to bring this report to a future committee.
Yeah,
that's important.
Yeah.
Yeah, as long as that undertaking's been given, yes?
That's been given. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks everybody. Well done.